Chapter 729. The Cemetery of Death was a complete mess. The interplanar transportation matrix had been forcibly destroyed. There was no way that interplanar transportation could take place. It appeared that the five were afraid of being hunted down by those from Elysium. Therefore, the first thing they did upon arriving on Profound Continent was to destroy the interplanar transportation matrix. Without the interplanar transportation matrix, they would have to go through countless twists and turns to travel from Elysium to Profound Continent. Even their most hated enemies would not be in the mood to come to Profound Continent. Without any restraints, as long as they killed Han Shoror, the five of them would be able to do whatever they wanted on Profound Continent. No one would be able to stop them. These five had made a good plan. But with that, Han Shoror would be in deep trouble. Everything was ready and Han Shoror could leave Profound Continent. Without the interplanar transportation matrix, how was he going to bring his friends who had yet to reach Logod Realm to Elysium? In order to travel across interplanar planes, not only would one need extraordinary strength, but they would also encounter all kinds of dangers along the way. One moment of carelessness and they might even lose their way. Even Han Shoror himself did not have the confidence to do so, not to mention bringing along a bunch of old and weak. Han Shoror wanted to cry but had no tears. He forced a smile and asked Andrina beside him, "Do you know anything about interplanar transportation matrices?" Andrina shook her head and gnashed her teeth hatefully. In a cold voice, she said, "That Dolores fella is too hateful. He obviously wants you dead. Even if he can't kill you, he will make it difficult for you to return to Elysium. He is indeed vicious. What's the point of saying all this? Now that we've lost the interplanar transportation matrix, it will be impossible for us to return to Elysium," Han Shoror said with a bitter smile. Statholm the old monster and the others were dumbfounded. After hearing Han Shoror's description of Elysium, they had been so excited that they even cultivated impatiently. Now that their hopes had been dashed, the frustration and disappointment in their hearts surged out and they sighed. "Is there no other way?" Mike asked softly. "The journey between interplanar planes is too perilous. Even I don't have the confidence to survive it, let alone bring you guys along." Han Shoror forced a smile and said, "Only Andrina has the confidence to cross interplanar planes. We are in big trouble. How about this, Brian? Let's find a nearby material plane and see if there's an interplanar transportation matrix. When we return to Elysium, we can make a trip to the Space Dominion and hire a god who cultivates in the Edict of Space to refine an interplanar transportation matrix for us. After that, we can think of a way to return to Profound Continent and bring them away. What do you think?" Andrina hesitated for a moment and felt that this was the only way. "It's too difficult. To travel from Profound Continent to Elysium and find a suitable place to travel to Elysium, who knows how many setbacks and how much time would be wasted," Han Shoror said with a deep frown, shaking his head and sighing. "Other than that, do you have any better ideas?" Andrina asked. Han Shoror shook his head and forced a smile. "It seems that this is indeed the only way. However, I will have to look for those from the Druidic Order. Back then, that guy came here by crossing interplanar planes. Maybe he knows a shortcut. It would be great if he knows a shortcut." Andrina nodded and sighed. "It's a pity that there are no experts cultivating in the Edict of Space on this material plane. Otherwise, there might be a way to repair this interplanar transportation matrix." Han Shoror, who was about to make a trip to the Druidic Order, stared blankly for a moment. But soon after, his mind jolted and he laughed. "There might be a way." "What is it?" Andrina asked, puzzled. Back then, during the battle with the Light Pope, Han Shoror had snatched the Holy Grail from them. McKinley, who was inside the Holy Grail, was an expert cultivating in the Edict of Space. As Han Shoror had been rather busy lately, he had long forgotten about McKinley inside the Holy Grail. It was only after hearing Andrina's words that he remembered that there was a divine soul cultivating in the Edict of Space inside the Holy Grail. Han Shoror took out the Holy Grail from his space ring and attempted to communicate with McKinley using his consciousness. "Hey, McKinley, how are you? You stinking brat, it's been a long time since you've looked for me." McKinley cursed in a low voice when he saw that Han Shoror had finally remembered him. After scolding Han Shuo for a while, he asked, "Why did you think of me this time?" I want to ask you for a favor." Han Shuo put on a bitter face after listening to McKinley's complaints for a while. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed an expert cultivating in the Edict of Space, Han Shuo wouldn't have thought of McKinley. Han Shuo had previously promised McKinley that he would accompany him whenever he had free time. It was obvious that Han Shuo had gone back on his word. "I knew you wouldn't think of me when you don't need me, McKinley complained to Han Shuo. After a while, he asked, "Speak, what's the matter?" "The interplanar transportation matrix on this continent has been destroyed. You cultivate in the Edict of Space. Do you have a way to repair it for me?" Han Shuo hastily replied. McKinley's divine soul grew visibly excited when he heard that Han Shuo wanted him to repair the interplanar transportation matrix. He did not immediately answer Han Shuo's question but hastily asked, "What's wrong? Are you thinking of leaving Profound Continent? Are you planning to go to Elysium?" "Haha, if you are really going to Elysium, you must bring me to the Space Dominion to look for someone. Who knows, I might even be able to find my divine body." Yes. Han Shuo dared not tell McKinley that he had returned from Elysium. Otherwise, McKinley would be infuriated to death by Han Shuo. Back when Han Shuo asked McKinley about Elysium, McKinley had implored Han Shuo to help him make a trip to the Space Dominion if he ever returned to Elysium. Han Shuo had long promised to do so. Unfortunately, he had forgotten about McKinley's existence after arriving on Elysium. Naturally, he couldn't fulfill his promise. "Are you really going to Elysium?" McKinley was indescribably excited. Only by going to Elysium would he be able to find a way to change his situation and escape from the Holy Grail. "That's right. Do you have a way to repair the interplanar transportation matrix?" Han Shuo asked impatiently. "That depends on how badly damaged the interplanar transportation matrix is. But even if it's completely destroyed, as long as you can provide me with sufficient materials, I can still help you build a new one," McKinley said confidently. "I'm a high god cultivating in the Edict of Space. Back in Elysium, I was a well-known character in the Space Dominion. Repairing a small interplanar transportation matrix is a piece of cake." Han Shuo was overjoyed to hear those words. He asked, "The broken interplanar transportation matrix is just ahead. What should we do?" "Put the Holy Grail inside the interplanar transportation matrix. I will be able to sense the situation through the remnants of the Edict of Space around the matrix," McKinley said proudly. Without hesitation, Han Shuo carefully placed the Holy Grail on top of the destroyed interplanar transportation matrix. "Brian, who's the divine soul inside the Holy Grail?" Andrina put on a grave face and softly replied, "That fella's divine soul is very powerful. He should have entered late-stage low-god realm. When did you get to know such a terrifying fella?" Andrina possessed extraordinary strength. Given that Han Shuo and McKinley were communicating with each other through their souls, it was only natural that she could sense McKinley's existence. He's an unlucky bastard who had just reached late-stage high-god realm and cultivated in the Edict of Space. His divine soul and divine body were separated by someone. His divine body was imprisoned in some unknown place and his divine soul was imprisoned in this Holy Grail. He was transported from Elysium to this material plane. I only found out about all this because I happened to obtain this Holy Grail, Han Shuo explained smilingly. How did a late-stage high god end up like this? Who did he offend? Andrina was greatly astonished. There wasn't a single late-stage high god expert on Elysium who wasn't famous. She was even more astonished when she heard about McKinley's strength. According to him, he seems to have offended one of the God of Light's 3 keepers of the light, Ja, replied Han Shuo after recalling for a moment. Ja. Andrina's face jolted. She looked at the Holy Grail with great astonishment. She forced a smile and explained to Han Shuo, "Brian, Ja is one of the most terrifying experts in the Light Dominion. Every one of the 3 keepers of the light is incredibly powerful. For this fella to be sealed in the Holy Grail by Ja, he can't be a nobody." "What's his name?" "McKinley." Han Shuo didn't try to hide it. "It's him." Andrina was once again shocked. Under Han Shuo's astonished gaze, Andrina explained. This fella used to be a very famous character in the Space Dominion. Not only is he powerful, but he also has a very eccentric temper. He has been missing for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that he would be imprisoned by Jar. No wonder. Why are you so familiar with the situation on Elysium? Han Shoror looked at Andrina blankly. I've lived longer than you. Naturally, I've heard more than you. Many people on Elysium know about these things. It's nothing to be surprised about. When Andrina saw that Han Shoror was doubting her identity again, she giggled innocently. Why wouldn't I know? Han Shoror glared at her and asked, how many things are you hiding from me? Little friend, how long have you been on Elysium? It would be strange if you knew. Hey. Andrina rolled her eyes. I'll settle the score with you sooner or later, Han Shoror said angrily. Sister Fanny, Brian is bullying me, Andrina cried out in her sweet voice. When Fanny heard that, she immediately glared at Han Shoror and said angrily, Brian, why are you always fooling around with a child? Andrina is so adorable and everyone loves her. You're the only one bullying her. Recently, Andrina had been getting along quite well with the ladies around her, especially the kind and innocent Fanny. She was the closest to Andrina. During this time, Fanny had brought Andrina to tour the entire profound continent. She was very fond of Andrina. Every time she saw Han Shoror berating Andrina, she would be the first to stand up and rebuke Han Shoror. A child. Even 100 of you added together wouldn't be as old as her. Han Shoror forced a smile and secretly glared at Andrina. He did not say anything else. He knew that it was pointless to talk to Fanny. As long as Fanny treated Andrina as a child, Han Shoror wouldn't be able to change anything. This woman was adorably silly. Look! Statholm softly shouted, drawing the attention of the crowd. The Holy Grail that contained McKinley suddenly produced an intense undulation. The space around it rippled like water. Under the effect of some bizarre energy, the previously destroyed interplanar transportation matrix miraculously began to reconnect. Soon, a small-scale interplanar transportation matrix appeared before Han Shoror. The group was dumbfounded. They hadn't expected McKinley to be so fast when he made his move. Many of the interplanar transportation matrix's materials were destroyed. I can only repair it with existing materials. Therefore, this interplanar transportation matrix is slightly smaller. It can only transport 2 or 3 people at a time. However, as long as you have enough energy crystals, you will still be able to return to Elysium safely, McKinley transmitted to Han Shoror after the Holy Grail had returned to Han Shoror's hand. Thank you. Han Shoror said sincerely. Without McKinley's help, who knew how many twists and turns they would have to go through in order to reach Elysium? You're welcome. Just remember to send my divine soul to the Space Dominion when you arrive on Elysium. As long as you help me with this task, I will definitely reward you handsomely after I find my divine body, McKinley repeatedly reminded Han Shoror as he was obsessed with finding his divine body. Don't worry. I will definitely remember this. Once I settle down on Elysium, the first thing I will do is make a trip to the Space Dominion and settle your matter. Han Shoror immediately guaranteed. This time, he was truly sincere. Han Shoror had enough energy crystals in his possession. Interplanar transportation wouldn't be a problem. However, as he wasn't on good terms with those in the interplanar transportation matrix valley in the Darkness Dominion, Han Shoror had Andrina, Fanny, and Emily go first. He was in charge of constantly activating the interplanar transportation matrix. Rays of dazzling white light flashed past. The familiar faces disappeared before Han Shoror's eyes in groups of 2s and 3s. Han Shoror and Aya Mike were the last to enter the interplanar transportation matrix after everyone else had used the interplanar transportation matrix to reach Elysium. After a flash of white light, Han Shoror finally returned to Elysium. What a dense elemental energy. My goodness, this place is perfect for cultivation. The gravity is so strong. I can't even fly. This is great. A day of cultivation here is equivalent to a year on Profound Continent. What a miraculous place. No wonder gods are everywhere. As soon as Han Shoror arrived at the valley, he was greeted by a cacophony of chatter. Those who had just arrived on Elysium could immediately sense the differences between Profound Continent and Elysium. Andrina giggled and stayed with Fanny. She explained the differences between Elysium and Profound Continent to Fanny. Back on Profound Continent, Fanny was the host. She had brought Andrina around the entire continent. However, as soon as they arrived on this unfamiliar Elysium, Fanny immediately appeared rather restrained. As the host, Andrina began to console Fanny smilingly. "What's going on? Why are there a bunch of people who haven't ascended to godhood? What bad luck." On the viewing platform, a few divine guards noticed that a bunch of strangers had suddenly appeared. They immediately started discussing among themselves. "Come this way," shouted a divine guard at the front. His mouth was filled with foul language. "You fellas, do you think Elysium is a place for sightseeing? With your strength, coming to Elysium is no different than suicide. I really don't understand you lot. How dare you come to Elysium with such meager strength? You must be tired of living." Bam! Before the divine guard could finish his sentence, Andrina raised her little hand. The divine guard was sent flying as though he had received a heavy blow to his chest. "Cut the crap. I will kill you if you dare to talk nonsense again." Andrina glared at the divine guard. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from her petite body. Andrina was in a very bad mood after the interplanar transportation matrix on Profound Continent was destroyed. She had almost been unable to return to Elysium. As soon as she arrived, she heard this person blabbering on and on. "How dare you?" The divine guards around her were startled. They suddenly surrounded Andrina and pointed their divine weapons at her. It was at this moment that Han Shoror, who was surrounded, walked out from the crowd with a sneer. He looked at the divine guards and said, "Where's Dolores? Releasing a condemned prisoner without permission is a capital offense. Are you all tired of living?" These divine guards recognized Han Shoror and knew about the conflict between Han Shoror and Dolores. Their faces jolted when they saw Han Shoror suddenly appear. They did not expect that Han Shoror would be able to return to Elysium alive. "Lord Dolores isn't here. We don't know where he is," a divine guard lightly groaned. One of the divine guards softly groaned. It was obvious that he was very displeased with Han Shoror. However, he knew that Han Shoror had some status in the City of Shadows and that he had a close relationship with the House of Saint. Therefore, he dared not speak ill of him. "Dolores is done for. Good luck to you all," a divine guard lightly groaned. Han Shoror put on a faint smile and decided not to bicker with these people. He nodded at Andrina and led Fanny and the others to the place where divine tablets were processed. "Old Jeff, you didn't expect me to come back alive, did you? Hee hee." Han Shoror lifted Jeff up and gave him a few slaps on the face. Jeff was dizzy and seeing stars. What gives you the right to hit me?" Jeff shrieked as soon as he regained his senses. However, it seemed that Dolores really wasn't around. No matter how loudly he yelled, Dolores did not show up. "Cut the crap. Process their divine tablets for me. I'll talk to you later," Han Shoror sneered as he threw a black crystal coin in front of Jeff. "Those below base god strength cannot process divine tablet." Jeff raised his head and shouted. Han Shoror's face turned cold as he grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pulled Jeff to his side, looked him straight in the eye, and softly asked, "Are you sure you won't do it?" Jeff felt a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end. He knew that Han Shoror had the intention to kill him. His expression changed drastically and he hastily said, "I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Without base god strength, there's no way a divine tablet can verify one's identity. I'm just a small fry. Please let me go." Chapter 730. One cannot obtain a divine tablet without base god strength. Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment. Judging from Jeff's fearful expression, he did not seem to be lying. In that case, only a handful of people could obtain a divine tablet. "Do whatever you can for me first." Han Shoror flung Jeff hard onto the table with a bang. He nodded repeatedly with a face full of fear, deathly afraid that Han Shoror would directly kill him. Jeff knew a little about the relationship between Han Shoror and the House of Saint. Given Han Shoror's current status in the City of Shadows, it wouldn't be much of a problem for him to kill a minor character like Jeff. Although Jeff had been following Dolores all this time, he was able to quickly discern the situation when his life was at stake. Under Jeff's arrangement, Stratholm the Old Monster, Aamike Cotton, the Emperor of the Flames, and the others quickly settled the divine tablets. As for those like Fanny who had yet to attain base god strength, since the divine tablets could not confirm their identity, they could only wait until later. After Jeff had settled Han Shoror's matter, he carefully handed over the crystal coins to Han Shoror. He did not dare to say anything for fear of angering Han Shoror. "Tell me where Dolores is and I'll spare your life," Han Shoror said coldly as he narrowed his eyes at Jeff. He didn't take the remaining crystal coins. "Please spare my life, my lord. I really don't know where Dolores is," Jeff cried out in fear. "Brian, don't make things difficult for him," Fanny said softly. Han Shoror softly groaned and said, "All right then, I'll let it go for today. But you have to be more careful in the near future. Dolores is done for. I heard that it was you who sent those death row prisoners to Profound Continent. This is no small crime. Just you wait to be punished." Upon finishing those words, Han Shoror paid no more attention to Jeff. He left the place with Andrina and headed towards the direction of the City of Shadows. As long as Han Shoror went back to inform Erebus, Andre, or Carmelita, Dolores and Jeff would definitely be severely punished. The two of them would be in trouble sooner or later, so he wasn't in a hurry to do anything to them. When they arrived on Elysium, due to the drastic change in gravity, most of those who came from Profound Continent had lost the ability to fly. With that, they could only walk on foot. Their speed immediately dropped. At this time, Han Shoror realized that he had been negligent. If he had known this would happen, he would have bought a flying bat. With the flying bat, they wouldn't have wasted so much time on the road. It was a pity that the flying bats were only sold in some big towns, and the valley was remote, so there was still a long way to go to the nearest big town. Stratholm and his party weren't in a hurry. They were new to Elysium and were highly interested in everything. They constantly marveled at the vastness of Elysium and the abundance of elemental energies on Elysium. They were especially interested in the flora and fauna on Elysium. The women, in particular, treated the journey as a sightseeing tour. They couldn't stop chattering and laughing along the way. 3 days after Han Shoror left Elysium, Dolores returned. Through Jeff, Dolores immediately understood the situation. His face turned gloomy and he said hatefully, "That youngster sure is lucky to be able to return to Elysium alive. My lord, what should we do?" Given his relationship with the House of Saint, all he needs to do is say a word and we'll both be done for. Jeff had a dejected look on his face. He was truly afraid. That's right. What are you panicking for?" Dolores chided. He bunched his brows and thought for a moment before he suddenly asked, "You are saying that he brought a lot of weaklings with him?" "Yes, there isn't even a low god among them. There aren't many of them who have reached base god or demigod realm. In our Elysium, they wouldn't even be able to defeat a child," Jeff replied. "I see." Dolores sneered and said, "With such a group of burdens, that youngster won't be able to travel quickly. As long as we find a way to prevent him from ever returning to the City of Shadows, we will be fine." "My lord, what do you mean?" Jeff stared blankly for a moment. He knew that Han Shoror would not be easy to deal with after he failed to kill Han Shoror the last time. Now that he thought about it, he realized that there was no irreconcilable hatred between him and Han Shoror. Besides, he was also afraid of Han Shoror's influence in the City of Shadows. In his heart, he was no longer willing to provoke Han Shoror. "You don't have to worry about this. I have my own arrangement." Dolores' eyes glinted with sinister and cold lights. He instructed, "Take care of the problems in Elysium. I need to go out for a while." Dolores, who had just returned to Elysium, did not stay for long. He immediately left with his men. Hushvale City, Godswamp Pharmacy's headquarters. In a secret underground chamber, Avery, who was meditating in the pitch-black darkness, suddenly sensed something. He turned his head and discovered that a magical device was glowing beside him. Then, Dolores's image gradually became clearer. What happened? Avery asked in a deep voice. Second uncle, that kid came back alive. Dolores in the mirror image replied. How is that possible? Avery's expression changed slightly. He softly cried out, even if those prisoners couldn't cause them any trouble, they would have destroyed the transportation matrix on that low-level material plane. Without the interplanar transportation matrix, it won't be easy for them to return to Elysium. Have you checked the transportation matrix on that material plane? It's sealed. Only those who know how to seal it can pass through, Dolores replied with a bitter smile. Heh! Avery cried out in surprise. Could it be that there are experts cultivating in the Edict of Space among their group? Otherwise, how could they have sealed the interplanar transportation matrix? I don't know either, Dolores shook his head. Tell me the details. Avery's face turned cold and he shouted in a deep voice. After Dolores explained the situation, Avery sneered and said, I didn't expect that youngster to bring so many burdens with him. All right, I got it. They can forget about returning to the City of Shadows alive. Upon finishing those words, Avery disconnected his connection with Dolores and reconnected the magical device. A moment later, another person appeared in the magical mirror, the master of Godswamp Pharmacy. Avery, how are you doing here? The white-haired old man asked smilingly. Very well. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Hassling. Avery first smiled and expressed his gratitude. Shortly after, he put on a solemn face and said, I have received news that Brian of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has just returned from a low-level material plane. He has taken over everything in the City of Shadows. I believe Mr. Hassling will be very interested in teaching him a lesson. What's the situation? Hassling put on a faint smile and asked in a soft voice. After listening to Avery's explanation, Hassling nodded smilingly and said, I understand. Continue to rest. Leave this matter to me. Hassling took the initiative to disconnect with Avery. Then, Avery used the magical device to contact another person. When the blurry image of that person appeared, Hassling smilingly said, Brovst, the little girl you are looking for has just left the interplanar transportation valley in the City of Shadows. I believe you will be very interested in her. If you can help me deliver the head of that youngster named Brian to me, I will give you an additional 100 bottles of mind confusion poison. Deal. Before the image of the person appeared, a deep voice sounded and the connection was severed. How dare you ruin my business? Youngster, the Godswamp Pharmacy isn't that easy to take over. I want you to spit it all out. Hassling sneered. Elysium is so vast. It took us 7 days just to reach a single valley. Phoebe lamented. That was what the crowd was thinking. They had gradually adapted to their new environment over the past few days and realized just how vast Elysium was. Some, such as Gree the Banshee, Pegasus, and a few others, were considered outstanding characters back on Profound Continent. They could practically do whatever they wanted on the entire Profound Continent. Unfortunately, after arriving on Elysium, they encountered some people who were low gods. Their auras instilled fear in them. They cautiously followed behind Han Shor, fearing that they would have nowhere to go if they left Han Shor. Yes. This continent is vast. Even a small valley is bigger than the territory of the Lancelot Empire. We need to hurry to the nearest city and buy an airship. Otherwise, at this rate, we won't be able to reach the City of Shadows for at least a year or two. Han Shor said smilingly. Brian, are those god hunters really that terrifying? Fanny was instinctively afraid of the god hunters that Han Shor mentioned. Whenever she thought of those people who specialized in hunting gods, she felt a chill run down her spine. God hunters are a special group of people on Elysium. These people hunt others to increase their strength. They are the most abominable. As soon as I run into those god hunters, I will kill every last one of them. Andrina said hatefully. Don't worry, the god hunters won't be interested in you. You haven't reached the low god realm and you haven't condensed divine energy in your body. They won't waste their time on you, Han Shor comforted Fanny. So you're saying that we don't even have the qualifications to be hunted? Statholm the old monster put on a bitter smile. He shook his head and sighed. It seems that we have been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Sigh, although the cultivation environment on this continent is excellent, this is too much of a blow to our confidence. Don't worry. To be able to cultivate to this stage in a place as barren as Profound Continent shows that all of you possess astonishing aptitudes. On Elysium, I will provide you with crystal coins. Using the rich elements here, your strength will rapidly increase. I believe that it won't be long before every one of you reaches the low-god realm. Han Shoror comforted Statholm smilingly. This was also the reason why Han Shoror spared no effort to bring them to Elysium. To be able to cultivate to such a stage on Profound Continent was a testament to their wisdom and aptitude. Now that they were in a better environment, under great pressure, they would definitely work tirelessly to become stronger. With Han Shoror's help, they would improve rapidly. It was not impossible for them to become the main force of Han Shoror's family head in the future. After another month, the group finally passed through the valley. After traveling for more than 10 days, they arrived at an even more vast mountain range. This mountain range was even vaster than the valley. As long as they passed through this mountain range, they would be able to reach a slightly larger town. Perhaps they would be able to buy an airship there. After traveling for a few days in this mountain range, Han Shoror suddenly discovered through his demon generals that there were a lot more people around them. Those people were pretending to be ordinary Godswolds but were secretly observing Han Shoror and his party. Something's not right, Han Shoror said to Andrina. Although Andrina's divine soul was sharp, it was limited to the area around her. Naturally, she couldn't see things that were extremely far away with the help of her demon generals like Han Shoror could. What's going on? Andrina asked puzzledly. A lot of people are secretly gathering here using all kinds of methods. Those people possess extraordinary strength. Although they are carefully concealing their auras, they are paying close attention to us. In my opinion, they should be god hunters, and not the scattered kind, Han Shoror said in a deep voice. You mean the God Hunter Alliance? Andrina was startled. Shortly after, she said angrily, they are courting death. I was just fretting that I couldn't find them. Han Shoror shook his head and put on a grave face. He said, they seem to know that you are here. That's why they aren't approaching us. I think we are in big trouble this time. What do you mean? Andrina stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, she realized something and cried out in surprise. You mean? Han Shoror nodded and said in a deep voice, it might be like what happened at Greenfire Swamp. They seem to be waiting for their leaders to arrive. They will only attack us when they are fully confident. Andrina was startled. She said, if that's the case, even I won't be able to protect all of them until they reach the City of Shadows. I know. Han Shoror took a deep breath and said, that's why we have to split up. You will stay here with them for the time being. Use a boundary to conceal their auras and yours. We will stay in this mountain range for some time. Meanwhile, I will leave by myself and think of a way to lure those people away. After they leave, you will bring them to the nearest city, purchase an airship, and send them to the City of Shadows as quickly as possible. How can you lure them away? Their target should be me. If they can't see me, they won't fall for your trap. Andrina said anxiously. A demon general flew out from Cauldron Spirit and slowly materialized in front of Han Shoror. It gradually took on the appearance of Andrina. Then, a few more demon generals flew out and transformed into the appearances of Statholm, Fanny, and the others. Each and every one of them looked exactly the same as Han Shoror and Han Shoror. This is. Not only Andrina, but everyone else was shocked. They looked at Han Shoror in disbelief. It was a very impactful scene to suddenly have another version of themselves in front of them. All of a sudden, they were all stupefied. That's it. Any more questions? Han Shoror put on a faint smile and asked Andrina. How did you do it? Andrina shook her head and forced a smile. Last time, you said that you could only use this life form to gather information. But now, you can transform into a human at will. Just how many more secrets do you have? Chapter 731. This transfiguration ability won't be able to deceive anyone. As long as I examine it with my divine soul from a close distance, I will be able to tell the difference. However, those god hunters won't dare to get too close. It is indeed difficult to discern the difference from a distance. In this case, I can lure them away while you stay here and conceal your presence. After some time, you can escape via another route. You should be fine, Han Shor said smilingly. What about you? If those God Hunter leaders move out and surround you, won't you be dead meat? Andrina asked worriedly after thinking for a moment. Fanny and the other ladies were worried sick. They started disagreeing with Han Shor's suggestion. Although these ladies were very confident in Han Shor, after coming to Elysium and witnessing the experts of this world, their confidence in Han Shor was not as blind as before. After listening to Andrina's suggestion, they did not want Han Shor to take the risk. Don't worry, I might not be able to defeat them, but no one can stop me if I want to leave. Han Shor said smilingly, you should know that there aren't many who are better at escaping than I am. Are you really confident that you can escape from their encirclement? Andrina was still rather skeptical. Even she almost died when she was hunted down by those God Hunter leaders, let alone Han Shor. Han Shor nodded and replied confidently, absolutely. All right, I will stay here with them. As long as you lure those God Hunters away, I guarantee that you will be able to safely escort them to the City of Shadows. Andrina hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed to Han Shor's suggestion. She had no better ideas other than that. Most importantly, Andrina felt that Han Shor was hiding a lot of secrets. Based on her understanding of Han Shor, she knew that Han Shor wasn't the kind of person who would boast. Without absolute confidence, Han Shor wouldn't be so confident. Brian, I'm sorry, we've become a burden to you. Embark put on a bitter face. He, who had once been an all-powerful figure on Profound Continent, had never imagined that he would one day be so helpless. It doesn't matter. Everyone, there's no need to be disheartened. With your aptitude and comprehension, you'll definitely make a difference in this vast continent. In time, all of you will enter the realm of Low God. When that time comes, you won't have to worry so much. Han Shor said smilingly. Thank goodness we came with you. If we had come to Elysium alone, I'm afraid none of us would have survived to become Low God. Statholm shook his head and sighed endlessly. At this point, he'd already figured out the situation and fully realized the benefits of having an acquaintance. All right, you can thank me later. Han Shor took out a bag of black crystal coins and tossed it to Andrina. He warned, this is for you to buy the airship. Don't be greedy, you're so long-winded. Of course I can figure out the situation. Andrina put away the crystal coins and groaned discontentedly. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll meet in the City of Shadows. Han Shor waved his hand and led the group of dummies that the demon generals had conjured, leaving without a second thought. Without Embark and the other encumbrances, Han Shor's speed was much faster. Although he was still on foot, his transformed demon generals were still very fast. Some of his demon generals transformed into the appearances of Andrina and the others, while the others remained in their incorporeal forms. They spread out in all directions, secretly spying on every movement within 100 miles of them. Not even the slightest movement could escape Han Shor's eyes and ears. Many scattered God Hunters surrounded Han Shor from all directions. These God Hunters had varying strengths. Most of them were early-stage or mid-stage mid-gods. For the time being, not a single high god was detected. They were very cautious and did not attack Han Shor without permission. They were most likely wary of Andrina's strength and were waiting for their leader to arrive. With the help of his demon general's vision, Han Shor effortlessly avoided some of the areas where God Hunters were densely packed. He purposely chose areas where the God Hunters were weaker and fewer in number, disrupting their movements and forcing them to change their course. For the next 5 days, Han Shor and his transformed demon general had ventured deep into the heart of the mountain range. It was at this time that the demon general finally discovered the presence of a high god hunter. It was an ugly young man in ragged clothes. His face was full of bumps and hollows as though he had been severely scalded. He had a head of long, disheveled silver hair and cultivated in the energy of darkness. As soon as this person arrived, many of the god hunters in the vicinity gathered around him and respectfully reported the situation in the mountain range to him. The high god's soul was extremely sensitive. Fearing that the High God would discover the existence of the demon generals, Han-Shoror had all the demon generals in that area moved far away. This way, the High God could only vaguely see the location of those people but not hear what they were saying. They were obviously wary of Andrina. Even though this young man was alone, they did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they continued to encircle Han-Shoror from afar. In order to lure them further away, Han-Shoror had no choice but to move towards a less populated area. When those god hunters saw that Han-Shoror was approaching, they all moved away from him. 3 days later, a few more god hunters arrived at the mountain range, including 2 high gods. One of them was a burly man cultivating in the Edict of Destruction, while the other was a white-haired old woman cultivating in the Edict of Death. Based on Han-Shoror's understanding of the god hunters, Han-Shoror surmised that the burly man cultivating in the Edict of Destruction was Brovst, whom he had met in the valley. With 3 high gods of death, darkness, and destruction arriving in the mountain range, and a dozen mid-gods and late-stage mid-gods, their combined strength was not inferior to any of the large family clans in the City of Shadows. When they felt that the time was right, they began to gradually close in on Han-Shoror and prepare to strike. Han-Shoror immediately raised his vigilance when he saw that they had started to move. Before they could complete their encirclement, using the probing abilities of his demon generals, Han-Shoror stealthily crept into the weakest part of the encirclement. Those demon generals transformed into Andrina and the others were immediately put away by Han-Shoror. They transformed into their incorporeal forms and clung to the lush foliage of the trees. As soon as the obvious targets disappeared, Han-Shoror immediately concealed his aura and moved stealthily in the shade of the lush foliage. Lord Brovst, the targets have suddenly vanished without a trace. A mid-god cultivating in the Edict of Destruction hastily came to the burly man's side and reported in a low voice. Vanished. Brovst's thick brows bunched. His eyes glinted as he nodded and said, Andrina possesses extraordinary strength. It seems that she has discovered our plan. She must have used some special method to conceal her aura. However, with such a large target, there's no way that they can escape from our encirclement. As long as we continue to close in on them, we will surely be able to find them. That's right. Our encirclement has shrunk to a very small area. There's no way that they can escape without making a sound. We must find Andrina even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Andrina is too big of a threat to us god hunters. If she doesn't die, our god hunters will suffer even greater losses, that ugly young man said in a sinister voice. All of you, be careful. If you notice anything amiss, report it immediately. Keek, keek, they are carrying a bunch of ants who have yet to reach Low-God realm. There's no way they can escape, that old woman said with a strange laugh. After hearing the 3's words, the god hunters quickly left the area. They flew across the area and occupied every advantageous terrain. Bit by bit, they began to close in on the encirclement. These god hunters were well trained and had long been accustomed to hunting others in the mountain range. They cooperated with each other in an orderly manner. Unfortunately, all of their actions had fallen into Han-Shoror's eyes. Without Stratholm and the other burdens, and without the barrier, in this area full of cover and towering trees, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to capture Han-Shoror, who knew his every move like the back of his hand. Under the shade of a large, withered tree, Han-Shoror dug a hole that could only fit 1 person. He sunk his entire body into the hole and held his breath in rapt attention. He opened his mind and soul. His consciousness was ethereal and empty. He did not think about anything and became one with the nature of the mountain range. One god hunter after another passed by Han-Shoror. However, not a single one of them discovered the target that they had been painstakingly searching for. Even that low god of darkness who possessed high god strength did not discover the anomaly beneath his feet when he passed by this area. Their encirclement was still slowly shrinking. Soon, all the god hunters had gathered at the center from all directions. We didn't discover anything. There's no one on our side. There's nothing. Several dozen god hunters gathered at the center of the encirclement. Each and every one of them reported their situation. However, not a single one of them discovered anything unusual. How is this possible? That ugly young man cried in a low voice. he said. They were clearly within this encirclement. How could so many of them suddenly vanish? Galas, don't worry. They definitely did not leave this area. Andrina possesses extraordinary strength. As long as she hides and constructs boundaries that conceal her aura and presence, it's normal that we wouldn't discover her, Brovst said in a deep voice after thinking for a moment. Then what should we do? That high god of darkness named Galas asked in a low voice. It's simple. Everyone, split up and attack in all directions. As long as it's a boundary or seal, there will always be some anomalies when it is attacked, that old woman said with a sinister smile. That's right. Everyone, split up and attack one area at a time. We don't need to expend much divine energy. Even a small bone arrow will be enough to find out the situation, Brovst commanded. The god hunters obeyed the order and started sweeping the area they came from. They launched all kinds of attacks at the same time, stirring up clouds of dust and snapping tree branches. Using this method, they rapidly cleared out all areas that could possibly be affected by the boundary. Godamnit, luckily I'm smart enough to keep them at the back. Otherwise, Andrina's boundary wouldn't be able to hide from them in such a blanket search. Han Shor cursed in a low voice from underground. He saw that one of them was getting closer and closer to him, so he walked out of the ground. Han Shor had actually left their encirclement. If Han Shor were to leave at this moment, those god hunters would have no way of stopping Han Shor. He could easily retreat. However, if Han Shor were to leave without making a sound, those god hunters would definitely not give up on searching the entire mountain range. If they were allowed to remain in this mountain range, they would pose a great threat to Andrina and the others. Having evaded the encirclement, Han Shor had no choice but to purposely reveal himself and make a bit of noise in this area. With a crack, an old tree that was neither too big nor too small suddenly snapped. Suddenly, a loud and clear whistle sounded. The god hunter closest to Han Shor immediately shrieked, "Over here! Over here!" One after another, figures were shuttling through the trees. Terrifying auras converged towards Han Shor from all directions. It was an extremely frightening sight. Han Shor was running at top speed. He deliberately left behind tracks along the way. Sometimes, he would break a branch on a tree, and sometimes he would leave heavy footprints on the ground. With that, those god hunters no longer had any doubts. They followed closely behind Han Shor and chased after Han Shor with all their might. After traveling for half a day, Han Shor no longer deliberately left behind tracks and concealed his aura. When those god hunters reached the last track left behind by Han Shor, they suddenly discovered that they had lost track of him. It became rather difficult for them to continue the pursuit. What should we do? A mid-god asked. They must not have gone too far with those burdens. Since the tracks have disappeared, there is only one possibility. Brovst mischievously laughed and said, they must have gone into hiding again. Everyone, spread out and continue to search using the same method as before. I believe that after running for so long, they must be more tired than we are. Let's see where they will run to this time. Be careful. Remember, as long as Andrina is alive, you will be killed sooner or later. Galas coldly shouted. The group no longer wasted any more words. 3 high gods each led a few people to search in 3 different directions while the rest spread out and cautiously searched. Using his demon generals, Han Shor observed every step of the god hunters. He was silently waiting for an opportunity. This time, there was no fixed encirclement. They were searching from the inside to the outside. Unlike shrinking the encirclement, the distance between each other was increasing. From the very beginning, they were certain that Han Shor and Andrina were carrying a lot of burdens. With that in mind, they had made a complete error in their judgment. As the distance between them grew wider and wider, Han Shor, who had nothing to worry about, instead became the hunter in this mountain valley with the help of the demon generals all-around surveillance. One of the god hunters sent out streams of darkness divine energy from his hand, stirring up a cloud of dust. He cautiously walked forward with his eyes wide open, searching for any possible anomalies. Bloody hell, these bastards really know how to run, cursed the god hunter in a low voice. Unknowingly, he had put some distance between himself and the person closest to him. However, As he was too focused on searching, he did not notice. He arrived under an ancient tree, raised his head to look at the dense foliage, and casually sent out a stream of darkness divine energy. Crack! Another branch snapped. He paid no attention to it and continued to walk forward. Slowly, he arrived under the tree and sent out another stream of darkness divine energy towards a small pond. Still nothing. Cursed the god hunter in a low voice. Suddenly, he discovered that there were no more god hunters in the vicinity. It was then that he realized that he had moved too far away. Did I search too far? He suddenly had such a thought. As soon as he thought of this, he prepared to change his direction and approach the god hunter closest to him. But at this moment, a dozen or so dark shadows suddenly descended from the dense foliage above his head. They entered his body in an instant, causing his limbs to stiffen and depriving him of the opportunity to call for help. Rustle, rustle, Hanshuro's figure gently landed on the ground. The cauldron of myriad demon flew out from his body and covered the top of the god hunter's head. Creak! The demonic blades penetrated the god hunter's abdomen. Demonic yuan instantly destroyed the insides of the god hunter's divine body. In the next moment, the cauldron of myriad demon exerted its power and absorbed the god hunter's divine soul. The dozen or so dark shadows flew out of the god hunter's divine body like bats. Hanshuro opened his hand and absorbed the cauldron of myriad demon back into his body. He gave the god hunter a gentle push and the god hunter fell soundlessly into the shade of the tree. "You're the first," muttered Hanshuro to himself. His body swayed and he disappeared into the shade of the tree. On the other side, a god hunter who was quite a distance away from the other god hunters was walking on soft ground. Just as he felt that the ground beneath his feet was a little strange, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his ankle. Terrifying energy surged into his body and sealed his ability to call for help. Then, a dozen or so dark shadows appeared and swarmed into his body. They completely froze his divine body. The cauldron of myriad demon flew out of Hanshuro's hand and landed on the god hunter's abdomen. Boom! 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 His divine body exploded and his divine soul was absorbed into the cauldron of myriad demon by Hanshuro. Hanshuro continued to search for his next target as he sneered in his heart, "Mother ****, treating me as prey? Let's see who's the real prey today." With the terrifying perception of his demon generals and his ability to conceal his tracks, Hanshuro had become the god hunter's worst nightmare in this mountain range where he could hide from any direction. He specifically targeted those weaker god hunters who were relatively far away from the others. Once he succeeded, he would immediately retreat. In a very short period of time, he had hunted down all 7 god hunters, leaving not a single one alive. An ear-piercing shriek came from afar. The god hunters immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. When they arrived, they saw the lifeless corpse of one of their companions lying on the ground. It didn't take long for more people to discover the corpses of their companions. The god hunters who had been full of confidence as hunters started to panic when they saw the corpses of their companions appearing one after another. Chapter 732. It was a terrible feeling to have 7 corpses in front of them, but not even a shadow of the enemy could be found. "Andrina, if we don't kill him this time, who knows how many more of us will die?" Gallus gnashed his teeth in hatred. 4 of the 7 people were his subordinates, and they had been killed so silently. Naturally, he was extremely furious. Something's not right. Andrina brought a bunch of burdens with her. Why would she dare to attack us under such circumstances? The gloomy-looking old woman said with a puzzled face. She was starting to suspect that something was wrong. "Talon, I also feel that something's not right. How could they escape from right under our noses every time? With so many burdens, even Andrina wouldn't be able to conceal all traces of them. Why is it that every time we are about to catch up to them, we would suddenly lose track of them?" Brovst was also rather uncertain about the situation. After hesitating for a moment, he bunched his brows and said, "Could it be that the information provided by that fella is inaccurate?" After a moment of silence, the old woman called Tai Lin took a deep breath and suggested, "Let's explore more carefully. This time, we'll form groups of 3 and stay close to each other. lest someone takes advantage of the situation and kills us. All right. Gallas and Brovst nodded in agreement. The god hunters split into groups of 3 and didn't dare to stay too far away from each other. They slowed down their search speed and continued to search in all directions. With that, it would be impossible for Han Shor to kill them without leaving a trace. Once he was discovered and surrounded, he would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. In order to prevent that from happening, Han Shor did not attack recklessly. Instead, he once again carefully concealed himself and used his demon generals to observe their every move. After the god hunters regrouped, in order to look out for each other, the distance between the two groups was shortened. This naturally slowed down the search speed by a lot. After spending half a day searching, they had only covered a few dozen miles. Naturally, they still didn't find anything. Coldly watching their every move, Han Shor kept thinking about how to make his move. After pondering for a long time, Han Shor's mouth curved into a sinister smile. With a thought, the hidden demons turned into solid bodies, turning into the appearances of Andrina, Phoebe, and the others. They scattered in the periphery and quickly fled in all directions. There's someone here. There's someone here. Andrina is here. Suddenly, anxious cries of alarm came from the various regions of the mountain range that had been silent for a long time. Brovst, Gallas, and Talin hastily rushed towards the region where Andrina's doppelganger was. Along the way, Brovst, Gallas, and Talin hastily instructed, they're going to split up and break out of the encirclement. Capture those who haven't even become low gods alive and use them to threaten Andrina. In the eyes of these god hunters, Andrina was the only one who posed a threat to them. The others, including Han Shor, were insignificant characters who could be easily captured. Han Shor made use of their misunderstanding to come up with a specific strategy. All the true experts, including the 3 god hunter leaders, went after Andrina. The weaker god hunters split up and chased after the so-called burden while sneering. However, what they didn't expect was that the burden in their minds would suddenly bare its fangs and bite them to death. In the middle of the chase, they would suddenly discover that the target they had been chasing had suddenly disappeared without a trace. More often than not, before they could react, they would be assaulted by a sudden attack. In just a few seconds, their divine souls would be absorbed by Han Shor's cauldron of myriad demon. Due to the distance between them and how anxious they were, Han Shor suddenly had the time to devour their divine energy. 3 mid-stage mid-gods of death and 1 early-stage mid-god of destruction had their divine energy completely devoured by Han Shor during this period of time. We've caught up to her, Brovst shouted. Gallas and Talin hastily followed. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke drifted past and engulfed Andrina's figure. Brovst, Gallas, and Talin excitedly surrounded the wisp of smoke and gestured for their subordinates to approach. Andrina, let's see where you're going to run to now. You were lucky enough to escape the last time. I reckon that you haven't recovered from your injuries yet, have you? Hihi, you should have known that you would end up like this for going against us god hunters, said Gallas with a sinister smile. He nodded at Brovst and Talin and the 3 approached the wisp of smoke step by step. Andrina, don't blame us for being ruthless. You are just too much of a hindrance. Talin let out a soft laugh. The element of death within a radius of 10 miles frantically converged towards them. A gentle breeze blew past and dispersed the wisp of smoke that the 3 high gods had surrounded. Andrina was nowhere to be seen. This is... Talin stared blankly and her face was filled with astonishment. Impossible. How could she vanish into thin air? Gallas suddenly shrieked. Brovst didn't say a word, but he too had an ugly expression on his face. The 3 had painstakingly pursued Andrina for so long. They had surrounded her and were about to deal a fatal blow to her when they suddenly discovered that she had vanished without a trace. It was an extremely depressing feeling. The 3 looked at each other and their faces turned gloomy. Oh no, someone else has been killed. That's fine too. Ah, he was killed by someone who devoured his divine energy. How could this be? Here too. It's clearly the work of us god hunters. Is there a traitor among us? Sharp cries of alarm sounded from all directions. Soon enough, 8 more corpses were placed before the 3 high gods. 4 of the corpses had clearly been devoured of their divine energy. This was clearly the work of the god hunters. Brovst and the other 2 looked at the 4 corpses, their faces turning uglier than the last. Fear filled the eyes of the god hunters around them. They subconsciously kept a distance from the people around them as though they thought that the murderer was among them. "Everyone, gather here." Talon gestured. Although the terrified god hunters felt a little uncomfortable and guarded against him, they still gathered from all directions and stood still. "The 3 of us will examine each and every one of them. There is no way that the murderer could have digested the divine energy in their bodies in such a short period of time," said Talon in a deep voice. Brovst and Gallas immediately nodded and went to examine their subordinates to see if there was any chaotic and impure divine energy in their bodies. Of course there was none. "It's not our people," Brovst shouted. He then suddenly said, "Don't you guys feel that the situation is a little strange? Why do I suddenly feel that we are the prey?" At this point, even Gallas felt that something was wrong. After a short pause, he continued, "No matter how powerful Andrina is, it is impossible for her to suddenly vanish from our sight. It is very likely that what we are chasing is an illusion. Someone is after us," Talon said in a deep voice, "and it is very likely to be a high-level god hunter. Perhaps someone is trying to replace us. This is a conspiracy." The crowd's faces jolted upon hearing those words. Brovst and Gallas exchanged glances with each other. Brovst said in a deep voice, "We are certain that the murderer is not Andrina. Andrina has a deep hatred for people like us. There is no way that she or those around her would be a god hunter. The enemy has clearly set up their traps in this mountain range. They have been leading us by the nose and have been preparing to deal with us." Brovst, "Will the Godswamp Pharmacy be in trouble?" "The Godswamp Pharmacy has been working with us for many years. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be trying to harm us. But it is hard to say. After this matter is over, we will have to carefully investigate it," Brovst explained to Gallas after thinking for a moment. "Don't think about pursuing Andrina anymore. Let's all gather together and leave this mountain range at once. Otherwise, if we allow the enemy to set up their traps, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. Since they dared to attack us, they definitely aren't any weaker than us," Talon decided. Those mid-god god hunters had long been afraid. Facing an invisible enemy was the most frightening. They were afraid that they would become the next god hunter. They hastily nodded after hearing Talon's words. "All right, let's gather together and leave this mountain range. Be careful. I don't think the enemy will give up so easily. If we want to leave this place alive, we have to stick together," Brovst said in a deep voice. Therefore, the group of powerful god hunters started retreating cautiously. They were no longer as confident as when they first arrived. Han Shor, the instigator of all this, observed the situation through his demon generals. He couldn't help but laugh. He did not expect these god hunters to be so paranoid and cowardly. As soon as they saw that the situation wasn't looking good, they would immediately think of the worst. They were like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. All they wanted to do was to leave this place as soon as possible. Han Shor had no idea how terrified the god hunters were. As the public enemy of the entire continent, these people were used to being hunted down by others. All kinds of dangers were always hovering around them. There were people in every divine dominions who were constantly hunting them down in an attempt to eradicate them. In this kind of environment, they were indeed overly cautious. Often, even the slightest abnormality would cause them to think the worst. Especially this time, when one of their own was devoured by their own kind, it was an even more terrifying thing for them. As hunters, when they discovered that someone dared to attack them and that they couldn't find any traces of the enemy, their fear grew and grew until they finally broke down. These so-called god hunters are nothing but a bunch of cowards. Han Shor re-evaluated them. Those god hunters were very adept at evading pursuers. They had set up all kinds of barriers and boundaries along the way. Wherever they passed, they would conceal their auras and leave behind boundaries to confuse their pursuers. Along the way, these people would leave behind boundaries on trees, on the ground, and on rivers to confuse and obstruct their pursuers. They would only leave behind 2 people to carefully hide in the dark to make sure that no one was following them. They were indeed used to being hunted down and had a unique technique for evading pursuers. After all, god hunters were the public enemy of the entire continent. If their hideout was discovered, wouldn't they be doomed? Unfortunately for them, their opponent was Han Shaw. His demon generals were invisible and the area they could cover was vast. Every single boundary they set up could be seen by Han Shaw. Naturally, they could easily evade their pursuers. If they could discover the hideout of the god hunters and wipe them out in one go, it would be a great contribution. With that, Han Shaw could become a member of a family clan in the City of Shadows and have his own territory and family crest. For the sake of his future, Han Shaw felt that he should secretly follow them. 5 days in a row, Han Shaw followed the group of god hunters out of the mountain range. A plain appeared in front of them. There were no trees on the plain that the demon generals could climb. If they were to chase after the 3 high gods on the plain, they would be easily discovered by the 3 high gods. In that mountain range, the demon generals would first avoid the 3 high gods. They would first entrench themselves in the branches and leaves of the trees and remain motionless. In any case, wherever the 3 high gods were, the demon generals would stay far away from them and would not move. This was a method that Han Shaw had recently come up with. Even if the opponent was a high god, as long as the demon generals stayed far away from them, they wouldn't be discovered. However, once the demon generals started flying, even though they were incorporeal, they would create ripples in the air. Although mid-gods might not be able to detect the minute ripples, high gods would be able to keenly sense them and discover the existence of the demon generals. Once they arrived at the plain, it would be extremely difficult for the demon generals to entrench themselves in a concealed spot and remain motionless. There was simply nowhere to hide. With that being the case, Han Shaw could only use 1 demon general to tail them from afar while he himself was still a long distance away from the demon general. However, even with that, the 3 high gods discovered something amiss due to the demon generals constantly flying around. "There seems to be something following us," Brovst softly cried out. The other 2 also nodded. It seemed that they too had discovered the anomaly. "You guys go ahead. I'll stay and watch," Brovst said to the 2 after thinking for a moment. At such a moment, Gallers and Stelling naturally wouldn't have any objections. They would love nothing more than for someone to stay and guard the rear. The 2 reminded Brovst to be careful and led the god hunters forward. However, Brovst stayed behind by himself. Soon, the demon general saw a blurry silhouette in the distance. Similarly, the demon general quickly stopped and didn't dare to go any further. Han Shaw, who was behind the demon general, also remained motionless. He was competing with Brovst in patience. After an hour, Brovst saw that there was nothing out of the ordinary and started to leave. This time, Han Shaw became even more cautious. He waited until Brovst was some distance away and the demon general could only vaguely see a shadow before he followed. Chapter 733. Thanks to Brovst's previous warning, Han Shaw was even more cautious this time, fearing that Brovst would discover his demon general's tracks again. Fortunately, the plain wasn't particularly vast. It only took Han Shaw a day to traverse it. Then, he came across rolling mountains and bottomless cliffs. Those were the most suitable places for demon generals to hide. Han Shaw immediately increased his speed. On the 13th day, the group of god hunters arrived at a large valley that was enshrouded in mist and filled with swamps and odd-shaped rocks. Even before entering the valley, Han Shaw could see that there were hidden boundaries and several energy towers embedded in the towering ancient trees. Abnormally intense elemental undulations filled every corner of the valley. Silhouettes were hiding in the dark, silently observing every god hunter that entered the valley. After observing for a while with his demon generals, Han Shaw suddenly discovered that even Brovst, Gallers, and Talin had lowered their statuses upon arriving at this place. Although they didn't go so far as to bow and scrape, they were still rather cautious when they faced the checkpoints along the way. Han Shaw was shocked by the scene. He thought that Brovst, Gallers, and Talin were the 3 leaders of the God Hunter Alliance and that they should be high and mighty after returning to their headquarters. He didn't expect that this wasn't the case. After thinking for a moment, Han Shor was startled. This situation could only mean one thing. Brovst, Gallas, and Gallas weren't the highest-ranking people in the Godhunter Alliance. That was the only explanation for the trio's behavior in the valley. Brovst, Gallas, and Gallas were roughly mid-stage high gods. If they weren't the leaders of the Godhunter Alliance with such strength, then the Godhunter Alliance was simply too shocking. There were sentry posts all over the valley. The undulations generated by the energy towers covered the entire valley. Layers upon layers of boundaries covered every corner of the valley. With such a tight defense, there was no way that Han Shor could enter. If a demon general were to pass through one of the boundaries, god hunters would immediately rush in from all directions. It wouldn't be easy for Han Shor to escape. In addition, if Han Shor's guess was correct, there might be late-stage high god existences in the valley. If a person of that level were to be alarmed, Han Shor would be in great trouble. After carefully observing from the outside for a while, Han Shor knew that it was impossible for him to sneak in quietly. For the sake of his own safety, Han Shor finally decided to temporarily give up on exploring inside. The valley was no longer within the territory of the City of Shadows but between the City of Shadows and Mirage City. Han Shor had investigated everything along the way and learned of this place. Perhaps in the future, he could seize the opportunity to level this place and consolidate his position in the City of Shadows. After making up his mind, Han Shor did not hesitate any longer and quietly went back the way he came. After arriving at a safer area on the outskirts of the valley, Han Shor spent a day memorizing the surroundings before he left the valley and flew in the direction of the City of Shadows. It had been nearly 2 months since Han Shor, Andrina, and the others parted ways. The god hunters had given up on searching the valley. According to the agreement between Han Shor and Andrina, they should be returning to the City of Shadows on airships if nothing unexpected happened. Han Shor did not return to the valley to investigate but headed straight for the City of Shadows. During the journey, Han Shor did not forget to gather medicinal ingredients for refining medicinal pellets. He was not in a hurry. As a result, Han Shor spent close to 3 months on a journey that should have taken only 10 days to return to the City of Shadows. All the divine guards of the House of Saint recognized Han Shor. As soon as Han Shor appeared at the city gates, they respectfully greeted Han Shor. "Goth, has anyone from our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy visited recently? Many of them are only demigods and their strengths are very low." Han Shor nodded to a familiar divine guard with a smile and immediately inquired about Andrina and the others. "No, there haven't been any demigods who entered the city recently. As you know, demigods are generally not allowed to enter the City of Shadows unless they are guided by some special characters such as Mr. Brian. Only then are they allowed to live in the City of Shadows." Goth flattered Han Shor in a manner that was neither too big nor too small. There was indeed such a rule in the City of Shadows. Generally speaking, outsiders who did not possess base god strength were not even qualified to enter the City of Shadows. Only the towns and cities outside the City of Shadows would take in such people. As those who had not reached base god realm could not even obtain a divine tablet, it would not be easy to manage them after entering the City of Shadows. Even if they died, they would not know whose body they belonged to. Of course, this rule was not absolute. Just as Goth had said, if those outsiders were relatives of large family clans or were under the protection of a noble person, there would naturally be no problem. Han Shor's heart sank after hearing Goth's words. He stealthily handed a bottle of medicine of rejuvenation to Goth and smilingly said, "Can I trouble you to check on the other city gates and see if such a situation has occurred?" Goth's eyes lit up. He excitedly kept the bottle of medicine of rejuvenation and immediately replied, "Wait a moment, I will immediately ask around for you." Upon finishing those words, Goth hastily left. A few minutes later, Goth walked down from an energy tower. He shook his head at Han Shor and said, "I'm sorry. I have checked and there has not been such a situation in the past 6 months." "Thank you." Han Shor was rather worried but he still walked into the City of Shadows. If there were no mishaps, Andrina and the others should have returned to the City of Shadows 2 months ago. Han Shor started to worry that they had not returned after such a long time. Although Andrina possessed extraordinary strength and should be very safe on the journey without the obstruction of god hunters, Han Shor still felt rather uneasy. Han Shor returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with worries and worries. Through Akeli and Jiu Li, Han Shor quickly learned about the recent situation in the City of Shadows. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had been doing well during this period of time. They were raking in a considerable amount of crystal coins every day. More pharmacists and all kinds of personnel had joined the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy during this period of time. With new recruits joining the 3 branch divisions, they had smoothly opened for business. The position of Chief of the 5th Corps was still vacant. Although all the major family clans were drooling over the position, they could not find any trace of Avery. It seemed that the position would remain vacant for the rest of their lives if they could not kill Avery and take his head. The House of Lavas had become more and more low-key. Members of the House of Lavas even avoided certain activities in the City of Shadows as much as possible. Other than Patriarch Field, who remained loyal to the House of Lavas, many members of the House of Lavas had left the City of Shadows using all kinds of excuses. This caused the House of Lavas to rapidly decline. Carmelita had visited the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy twice. She did not say much after seeing that Wallace had not returned. She only told Akeli to look for her at the Saint residence if he returned. Recently, the House of Saint had been cracking down on god hunters within their borders. The god hunters had been running rampant in the City of Shadows. This had greatly enraged Wallace. He believed that the existence of god hunters had become a threat to the daily commerce in the City of Shadows. He had dispatched divine guards from the 1st and 2nd Corps to hunt down those god hunters. The other 3 major family clans had also sent representatives to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to inquire when he would be producing new medicines. Rugasi, who had previously had a misunderstanding with Han Shor, would purchase a large amount of medicines every time he visited. Not only would he not haggle, but he would also leave behind large amounts of crystal coins. Everyone knew what kind of intentions he had. Andrina hasn't returned. Did she send any news? Han Shor bunched his brows and asked after Akeli recounted the recent situation. No news at all. Akeli looked at Han Shor in a strange manner and asked, "Didn't you leave with her? She didn't come back with you. Why are you asking about me? We ran into an accident on our way back. We split up and came back." Han Shor was rather vexed and therefore did not explain in detail to Akeli. However, Akeli did not pursue the matter. He smilingly consoled Han Shor, "Don't worry. Andrina possesses great strength. What could possibly happen to her? If Andrina was alone, why would Han Shor be so worried?" What Han Shor was worried about was the group of people she had brought with her. While on Profound Continent, they were characters who could summon the wind and summon the rain. On Elysium, they were like defenseless infants. Every youngster from an ordinary village had the strength to kill them. "Forget it, I'm going to look for Carmelita. Perhaps I can ask her about the situation." Han Shor did not explain. After informing Akeli that he was leaving, he headed towards the Saint residence. Han Shor could be considered as a regular visitor of the Saint residence. When those divine guards saw Han Shor, they would bow and greet him. When they heard that Han Shor was looking for Carmelita, they immediately led Han Shor to the gymnasium. "Hihi, a few guests have arrived in the City of Shadows. Miss Carmelita is currently sparring with them in the gymnasium," that divine guard explained to Han Shor smilingly as he led Han Shor to the gymnasium. "What kind of guests are they? Even Carmelita is personally accompanying them?" Han Shor temporarily cast aside the worries in his heart and asked about the situation with the divine guard. "They are from the other 2 dominions. Hihi, our dominions of darkness, death, and destruction formed the Calamity Church. However, we from the Darkness Dominion joined the church later. It is said that the guests this time are from major family clans of the Death and Destruction Dominions. Their status in the church is slightly higher than that of the Saint residence," the divine guard explained in a low voice. Han Shor was slightly startled after hearing those words. He did not expect that people from major family clans of the 2 dominions would come to the City of Shadows. What were they doing in the City of Shadows? The gymnasium of the Saint residence was more well equipped. There were 8 energy towers scattered in every corner of the gymnasium. They formed 5 layers of powerful boundaries to protect the gymnasium. This was to prevent the gymnasium from being overwhelmed by the divine energy unleashed by those inside. Han-Shoror saw Carmelita at first glance. Carmelita had a rather impatient look on her face. She was sitting at a corner and observing the fight between the two with her brows bunched. There was a man and a woman in the gymnasium. Both were very young. The man had shoulder-length, grayish-white hair that was trimmed and fluttered in the wind. He wore a greenish-gray divine armor with a pattern of 3 withered bones on the back of the armor. It should be the insignia of his family clan. Just like Carmelita, he possessed early-stage high god strength. However, he cultivated in the energy of death. The woman had long brown hair that was tied into a bun. She appeared to be someone's wife. Although her looks were average, she had an air of grace and elegance about her. It was clear that she had an extraordinary background. She cultivated in the energy of darkness and was also an early-stage high god. Throughout the fight, she had been on the defensive with a smile on her face. She had calmly dealt with the young man's attacks without showing any signs of losing. All right. Sister Charlotte is obviously going easy on you. Portlam, are you done yet? Carmelita was getting more and more impatient after watching for a while. She suddenly yelled. The young man who cultivated in the energy of death chuckled and immediately stopped his attacks. He bowed slightly at the young woman and said, Sister Charlotte, to be able to maintain such a state after getting married, I am truly impressed. Whether I get married or not, what does it have to do with my strength regressing? Charlotte giggled and praised, Kid, you have improved a lot over the years. Even I have a headache dealing with you now. This is the result of my diligent cultivation. The young man named Portlam smiled. He shot a glance at the impatient Carmelita, shook his head and clicked his tongue in wonder. I really didn't expect that even you have changed so much. Carmelita, I don't even fear you anymore. I still remember the first time I saw you. I thought you were a foreigner. Shut up, Portlam. You always give me the urge to tear your lips apart. Carmelita cursed and coldly said, Don't think that I can't do anything to you now that you have become a high god. I'm a guest. You can't be as impulsive as you used to be, right? Portlam chuckled. He did not appear to be afraid of Carmelita at all. He reckoned that after becoming a high god, he would be able to handle Carmelita's attacks. Miss Carmelita, Brian is looking for you. It was at this moment that the divine guard who brought Han-Shoror here softly called out from the door. Carmelita, who was about to attack Portlam, immediately turned her head to look at the entrance when she heard the divine guard's voice. She saw that Han-Shoror was indeed there. She smilingly waved her hand and said, Brian, come here quickly. Let me introduce you to 2 people. Nodding his head, Han-Shoror wore a smile on his face as he calmly walked towards the 2. When he walked towards them, Portlam and Charlotte stopped their conversation and turned their attention to Han-Shoror. The 2 wore friendly smiles on their faces and nodded at Han-Shoror from afar. Han-Shoror returned the greeting. This is Portlam from the Batchelder family of the Death Dominion. This is Charlotte from the Brackner family of the Destruction Dominion. Oh, Charlotte used to be from our Mirage City in the Darkness Dominion, but she has now married into the Brackner family. Hehe, the 2 of them are very interested in your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. One of the reasons they came here with their family members is to purchase some of the medicines you personally refined. Carmelita explained smilingly. Hehe, the 2 of them are very interested in your pharmacy. Greetings to the 2 of you. Han-Shoror smilingly nodded and said, It just so happens that I have a batch of medicinal ingredients on hand. You have come at the right time. I will be able to refine new medicinal ingredients in 2 months. If the 2 of you haven't left the city by then, I will reserve some for you. Although the medicines personally refined by Han-Shoror were notoriously expensive in the City of Shadows, they were always in high demand and could be sold out on the same day. The 2 had been in the City of Shadows for some time and had obviously heard about this. They immediately expressed their gratitude after hearing Han-Shoror's words. The Batchelder family of the Death Dominion and the Brackner family of the Destruction Dominion, like the House of Saint, were extremely ancient family clans. As they resided in the Death and Destruction dominions, their influence on the Calamity Church was slightly greater than that of the Saint family. Having the two family clans purchase medicines from him would be the best publicity for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As long as they obtained the medicines and experienced their miraculous effects, even more large family clans from the two dominions would come to the City of Shadows to purchase his medicines. By then, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would become even more famous. They might even have branches in various cities like the Godswamp Pharmacy. It was precisely because of his long-term vision that Han Shaw agreed to the request without hesitation. "Thank you very much. We will be staying in the City of Shadows for at least half a year. We will be there to support you on the day you finish refining the medicines." Charlotte immediately thanked Han Shaw smilingly. "Yes, the price is definitely not a problem," Portlam immediately promised. However, his eyes when he looked at Han Shaw seemed to be flickering, as though he was trying to avoid something. All right, carry on. Do whatever you want. I have something to discuss with Brian in private." Carmelita waved her hand and dragged Brian away. Both Portlam and Charlotte noticed Carmelita's unbridled attitude towards Han Shaw. The two stared blankly for a moment before they realized something. Portlam put on a cold smile and said disdainfully, "No wonder. I was wondering how he could climb up the ranks so quickly in the City of Shadows. So this is the reason." This youngster actually clenched his teeth and tried to get close to Carmelita in order to achieve his goal. He is not to be underestimated. Charlotte bunched her brows and looked at Portlam in displeasure. She said, "What are you talking about? We should be happy that Carmelita has found a good husband. Besides, this fella can refine such miraculous medicines. He will be welcomed no matter where he goes. He might not be what you think he is. No matter how I look at him, he's just a guy who lives off a woman." Portlam put on a mocking smile and praised, "But to be able to live off a woman like Carmelita, this youngster is really different from the rest. I'm starting to admire him a little. This fella is really a patient character. You better be careful. Don't think that I don't know what you did on the way here. Those people said that they were from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, but you still dared to attack them. You attacked them, but you failed to apprehend them and let them escape. Let's see what you will do if they return to the City of Shadows." Charlotte coldly groaned. "Damn it, how would I know that little girl is so perverted?" After being reprimanded by Charlotte, Portlam cursed fiercely. It seemed like he had suffered a small loss. Chapter 734. There were many small rooms on the gymnasium. Carmelita dragged Han Shaw to a secluded corner and asked in a low voice, "Why were you gone for so long?" "I was delayed by some people on the way. That's why I've only returned now," Han Shaw casually explained before he asked, "Oh right, you came to my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy twice. Did something happen?" "Of course," Carmelita replied. "The first time I visited you was to tell you to leave some of the medicines you refined for those two fellas. The second time I visited you was about Andrina. Have you been separated from her?" Han Shaw's heart sank when he heard Carmelita mention Andrina. He nodded and replied, "That's right, I have indeed been separated from Andrina." "How did you know?" "Andrina seems to have run into some trouble and is slightly injured. She contacted the local divine guards in Fort Voca and had someone send me a message. She said that while you were distracting the god hunters, she was bringing your friends to the City of Shadows. She ran into some trouble and was slightly injured. She told you not to worry for the time being and that she will bring your friends back safely." "Andrina is injured." Han Shaw's expression changed. He hastily asked, "What else did she say? Did she say who injured her?" "No," Carmelita replied straightforwardly. Carmelita said straightforwardly, "She only told me to tell you not to worry, that your friends are fine." Han Shaw's face turned gloomy. He asked in a low voice, "I have clearly lured the god hunters away. How could Andrina be injured in the City of Shadows? Who exactly did she run into?" "The major family clans in the City of Shadows know that Andrina is a member of my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Logically speaking, they wouldn't do anything to her. Other than those major family clans, who else in the City of Shadows could injure Andrina?" This is very strange. Don't worry, Andrina said that she will be fine. She will return safely to the City of Shadows after some time. Carmelita consoled. Yes, I know. Han Shoror nodded and said to Carmelita, thank you. If Andrina has any other messages for you, remember to inform me. I understand, Carmelita agreed. All right, I'll go back and refine the medicine. It might take a while. Han Shoror had no intention of staying any longer after learning about the situation from Carmelita. He notified Carmelita and returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The reason Andrina had sent a message to Carmelita was because she knew of Carmelita's influence in the City of Shadows. Besides, she trusted Carmelita. Most of the people in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were pharmacists. The only combat expert was Akeley. Unfortunately, Akeley's strength was too weak. Even if she sent a message to him, it would be useless. On his way back to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shoror was hesitating whether he should look for Andrina. After much consideration, Han Shoror decided to stay in the City of Shadows for the time being. The City of Shadows was vast and it would be difficult to search for someone amidst the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges. Besides, Han Shoror had no way of ascertaining which region Andrina was in. If he were to search for Andrina recklessly, the chances of him finding her would be very slim. In the end, Han Shoror decided to stay in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for the time being. He had confidence in Andrina's strength. Since she said that she could bring Fanny and the others safely back to the City of Shadows, Han Shoror believed that she could do it. Han Shoror would ask Andrina about the accident that happened on the way back to the City of Shadows. The news of Han Shoror's return to the City of Shadows was quickly made known to all the family clans. When they heard that Han Shoror was going to personally refine new medicines, they sent people to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to reserve them. In no time at all, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was filled with an endless stream of people. Even the medicines refined by ordinary pharmacists were sold. At present, Han Shoror's room was equipped with a specialized pill refining chamber. There were large cabinets that could store all kinds of medicinal ingredients. The plentiful medicine refining utensils were merely for decoration. Han Shoror declined all distractions and focused on refining new medicines in the pill refining chamber. While Han Shoror was calming down to refine new medicines, his two avatars inside the cauldron of Myriad Demon were not idling around either. After absorbing the divine energy from the godhunters' bodies, the two avatars had made progress. His avatar of destruction was on the verge of breaking through to Midgod realm. The divine energy in his body was sufficient and all that was left was an epiphany. His avatar of death seemed to be on the verge of breaking through to Midgod realm very soon. This made Han Shoror very happy. He thought to himself that if he ever lacked divine energy in the future, killing god hunters would be a shortcut for him to make rapid progress. When that time came, he would go to those vast mountain ranges and hunt god hunters of the same energy to accumulate enough divine energy. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. After all the new medicines were refined, Han Shoror officially came out of seclusion. In 2 months, his avatar of death had successfully broken through to Midgod realm. However, his avatar of destruction had yet to break through to Midgod realm. If only he could fuse with the divine soul of a Midgod of destruction, the speed of his breakthrough would be much faster. Han Shoror couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His avatar of death had once fused with the divine soul of a Midgod in the void. As long as he had sufficient divine energy to support him, he would be able to make a breakthrough without much effort. After attaining the divine realm, one's understanding of one's energy was of utmost importance. Even if one had sufficient divine energy, one would not be able to make a breakthrough after every breakthrough. Unfortunately, Han Shoror's good days were coming to an end. The divine soul of a Midgod that his avatar of death had fused with was merely a mid-stage Midgod of death. In other words, if Han Shoror's avatar of death wished to make any progress, he would have to rely on himself to comprehend the energy of death. That was as far as he could go with the divine soul he had fused with. Not long after Han Shoror walked out of the pellet refinement lab, he discovered that many divine guards from major family clans had gathered outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. When they had nothing to do, they would stroll around the pharmacy and buy some ordinary medicines. When they saw Han Shoror walk out of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, they were indescribably excited. They hastily rushed over to Han Shoror and saluted him, expressing their eagerness for Han Shoror's medicines on behalf of the higher-ups of their family clans. In 3 days, the medicines that I personally refined will be on sale in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Tell your family clans to buy them, Han Shoror said loudly when he saw that a dozen divine guards had surrounded him. Upon hearing those words, the divine guards retreated one after another and disappeared from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. It seemed that they were in a hurry to return to their masters to report the situation. After those people left, Han Shoror immediately notified Anito and asked him to spread the word that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be selling the medicines he had personally refined in 3 days. This time, not only were they targeted at the major family clans, but as long as one had enough crystal coins, any god who came early could purchase the medicine with the black crystal coins they had on hand. Han Shoror intended to thoroughly spread the fame of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, suppressing all the pharmacies in the City of Shadows in one fell swoop. This way, he would make the name of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy reverberate like thunder in everyone's ears. Those gods and outsiders who purchased Han Shoror's medicines would certainly spread the fame of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy as they traveled to various divine dominions. This would bring direct benefits to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although Anito's strength was average, he was an expert when it came to such matters. With his help, every region in the City of Shadows was covered in brochures. In no time at all, many gods in seclusion learned of the news. The sale of Han Shoror's medicines immediately became a grand occasion in the City of Shadows. Not only did the residents of the city express their strong interest, but many gods from other cities and those who came to trade were also talking about the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with the help of the residents of the city. 3 days later, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was packed with people. It was as though all the people in the City of Shadows had gathered in this place. There were people as far as the eye could see. Some were in groups of family clans, some were in individual groups, and some were in groups of 3 to 5. They were roaming around the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Even before the medicines refined by Han Shoror were ready to be sold, the ordinary medicines sold in the store had already been sold for 50 to 60,000 black crystal coins. Everyone in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was bustling with activity. They were hastily tallying the sales and displaying the new medicines. Han Shoror stood on top of the tallest building in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He lowered his head and looked at the endless stream of people below. He thought to himself, if every time the medicines I personally refined could become a grand occasion in the City of Shadows, it would be a great achievement. Han Shoror was in no hurry to display the medicines he personally refined. He continued to wait patiently. When it was noon, Han Shoror instructed Jiyu Li, "It's about time. Put the medicines I personally refined up for sale. What about the people from the large family clans? Don't tell me they have to queue up like ordinary people." Jiyu Li hesitated for a moment before she asked with uncertainty. "Of course not. Go and make the arrangements immediately. Bring the leaders of those large family clans to the banquet hall where the pharmacists' gathering was held. These people from large family clans naturally have to be treated differently. After all, they are the main purchasers of my medicines, and on a long-term basis." Han Shoror instructed smilingly. Jiyu Li nodded after hearing Han Shoror's instructions and replied, "I understand." Jiyu Li called out to the crowd before she left. The medicines that had been prepared long ago were placed in the cabinets that had long been empty. The crowd who had been waiting for a long time cheered loudly when they finally saw the medicines refined by Han Shoror being served. There was no lack of wealthy people among these people. Having heard many rumors about the genius pharmacist Han Shoror, they were willing to spend large sums of money on medicines that Han Shoror had personally refined. Suddenly, the interior of the store became unbearably crowded, especially in the area where Han Shoror had personally refined medicines. It was so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Inside a private banquet hall, a large oval table was placed at the center of the hall. Fine wine and delicacies were placed on top of it. All the influential people in the City of Shadows were gathered here. Portlam and Charlotte were among those who received the news. It was at this moment that Rugacy, who was standing in front of the door, looked at Hanshaw rather awkwardly and said, that, it's been so long. Mr. Bryan wouldn't still hold a grudge against me, would he? During this period of time, Rugacy had spent a lot of money on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in order to improve his relationship with Hanshaw. He would often send people to deliver small gifts to Hanshaw as an apology for the incident. Rugacy had been humbling himself in front of Hanshaw for a long time. Today, even Andre started to speak up for him. Bryan, just let it go. It's not easy for Rugacy to do what he did. Today is an auspicious day for your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Give me some face and let the matter go. In fact, Hanshaw had long since given up on the matter. He nodded after hearing Andre's words. When Rugacy saw Hanshaw nod, he immediately walked in with a beaming face. He found a seat, filled his glass with wine, raised his glass to Hanshaw from afar and said, "Cheers." Rugacy had expressed sufficient sincerity. Hanshaw had no choice but to give him face in front of so many people. He also raised his glass and drained it. Then, he smilingly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, from today onwards, I will only personally refine medicines once every 5 years. This time, only 3/10 of the medicines will be sold outside. The rest will be prepared for you." Upon finishing those words, Hanshaw clapped his hands. Enormous glass containers were pushed out. Inside the containers were bottles of medicines of various colors. They were neatly arranged and their prices were obvious at a glance. The members of the major family clans stood up excitedly and hastily crowded around. At the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Andrina and a group of people were stunned when they saw the endless stream of people. "Andrina, is this Bryan's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Emily asked the little girl beside her in astonishment. Andrina nodded and put on a faint smile. She replied, "Yeah, isn't it awesome? It's so lively. It's as though everyone in the City of Shadows is here. How did Bryan do it? How did he attract so many people?" Phoebe softly cried out and said, "I remember that Bryan isn't particularly good at doing business. How did he become so awesome on Elysium?" "It's because the medicines he refined are awesome," Angelina explained. "Bryan is a famous genius pharmacist in the City of Shadows. All the large family clans in the City of Shadows would fight over the medicines he personally refined. Judging from the situation today, I reckon that he has started selling the medicines he personally refined again." Andrina had been with Hanshaw for some time. After some observation, she immediately guessed the truth. "Hey, it's Miss Angelina. Come in quickly." He turned his body sideways and gestured for Andrina to enter. "Follow me, everyone. Let's go find Bryan." Andrina nodded and led the way inside. The crowd followed behind her. "Everyone, follow me. Let's go find Bryan." Andrina nodded and led the way inside. Fanny and the others were amazed by the scene they saw along the way. They did not expect that Hanshaw would have such a huge business on Elysium. Chapter 735. Andrina could be considered as half an owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Everyone here recognized her. Anito forcibly parted the crowd and led Andrina and her party straight into the center of the city. Anito sized up Emily and her party behind Andrina in a rather puzzled manner. As a mid-god, Anito could tell at a glance that these people possessed meager strength. He could not understand why Andrina, who possessed unfathomable strength, would bring such a group of people with her. "Hey, Andrina, you're back." Akeley, who was standing lazily in front of the entrance, saw Andrina among the crowd and shouted from afar, "Where's Bryan?" Angelina waved her hand at the people behind her and walked over to Akeley's side. She immediately asked when she reached Akeley's side. "Bryan is in the banquet hall with the members of the major family clans. He should be distributing the newly refined medicines. Are you in a hurry to find him?" Akeley asked. "Got it." Andrina pointed at the group behind her and instructed Akeley, "Help them settle down first. They are Bryan's friends. Do not neglect them." After saying those words to Akeley in an overbearing manner of an old man, Angelina turned her head around and said to Fanny and the other women smilingly, "Rest well, sisters. This is the City of Shadows. There will be no more accidents." The group had been on tenterhooks along the way. They must have suffered quite a lot of setbacks. After hearing Andrina's words, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Statholm the old monster gazed at the bustling crowd with reverence. He said to Mike in a low voice, "Look at these people. Every one of them possesses an incredibly powerful aura. They should all be low gods at the very least. On this continent, we need to improve our strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if Brian were to take us in, we would not be able to do much without sufficient strength." Mike nodded in agreement and replied in a deep voice, "That's right. We are not like those girls. We don't have such deep feelings for Brian. If I become his burden, even if he doesn't chase me away, I won't have the face to stay." These characters, who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the profound continent, were obviously agitated by the intimidation of so many experts. Although they had also been agitated along the way, they had never experienced such a scene where so many experts had gathered. When they discovered that everyone around them could squash them like ants with just a flick of a finger, the feeling of grievance in their hearts was too strong. "So it's Brian's friends. Come, come, come. I've arranged a place for you. Haha, our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has a lot of empty rooms." Akeley laughed heartily and led Statholm, Emily, and the others away. Those demigods and base gods who sensed Akeley's intention did not waste any time after they were settled down. They immediately began to cultivate and gather the elements, not letting go of any opportunity to improve their strength. Andrina did not leave with them. Instead, she went to the banquet hall that was used to entertain the major families. "Everyone, are you all satisfied with the distribution?" In the banquet hall, Han Shoror pushed the medicines he had prepared to each major family clan according to their strength and asked smilingly. Every family clan representative had a large pile of medicines in front of them. They were all beaming with joy and nodding their heads to express their satisfaction. Bags of black crystal coins were generously thrown in front of Han Shoror. The black crystal coins piled up like a small hill. After the crowd expressed their satisfaction, Han Shoror smilingly put away the bags of black crystal coins. As he had refined more medicinal pellets this time, Han Shoror roughly estimated that he had obtained nearly 300,000 black crystal coins. This was no small sum. "Everyone, since everyone has obtained the amount they are satisfied with, I propose a toast to celebrate." Andre smilingly raised his cup. His voice gradually spread throughout the banquet hall. Everyone gave Andre face. Upon hearing Andre's suggestion, they all smiled and raised their cups, indicating to Andre and Han Shoror. Cough, cough. Suddenly, an untimely cough was heard. It was as if someone had choked on alcohol. The people who were smiling and drinking turned to look at the source of the sound. They saw Portlam coughing non-stop. His face was flushed red. It seemed that he had indeed choked on alcohol. He was patting his chest and looking in the direction of the door with a rather unsightly expression. The crowd was puzzled. They followed his line of sight and suddenly saw a little girl with a frosty expression standing at the door. "Andrina." Han Shoror cried out in pleasant surprise, "It's great that you're all right. I've been worried about your safety. I heard from Carmelita that you seemed to have met with an accident on the way here. What happened?" Andrina did not immediately answer Han Shoror's question. Instead, she looked at Portlam coldly and walked towards him step by step. She was brimming with killing intent and anyone could tell what she was about to do. The people present were no fools. From the expressions on Andrina and Portlam's faces, they could immediately guess that there was a grudge between the two, especially Han Shoror. His face immediately turned dark and his cold gaze swept across Portlam's body. "I don't know his name, but on the way back to the City of Shadows, he was the one who coveted the beauty of a few older sisters. When he saw that our strengths were weak, he tried to rob us. This man also has an uncle with extraordinary strength. With him and a few divine guards, we nearly lost our lives." Andrina looked at Han Shoror and said in a cold voice after walking to Portlam's side. Han Shoror's face turned unsightly. His eyes were like unsheathed swords that shot straight at Portlam. He softly asked, Young Master Portlam, is that right? Brian, there's been a misunderstanding. I didn't know that they were from your celestial pearl pharmacy. Those people didn't even possess demigod or base god strengths. They were either young or old. There were even a few women. How would I know that they were from your celestial pearl pharmacy? Portlam put on a bitter smile and hastily explained. I remember saying the name of Celestial Pearl to avoid any misunderstandings. As a high god, how could you not have heard it? Andrina raised her brows and shouted coldly. As soon as she finished those words, Andrina suddenly made her move. A curtain of dazzling light flew out from her body. She turned into a streak of light and streaked towards Portlam. Portlam, who was about to explain himself, jolted when he saw Andrina suddenly making her move. His robe suddenly shattered, revealing a divine armor with 3 segments of dried bones. Portlam knew that Andrina possessed extraordinary strength. He immediately defended with all his might. He poured his divine energy of death into the divine armor. The divine armor turned the color of bones and formed several layers of defensive force fields. At the same time, Portlam waved his 2 hands. His divine energy of death condensed into a white bone shield that covered everything in front of him. Bang! The dazzling curtain of light that Andrina made her move collided with the white bone shield. Andrina's strength was much stronger than Portlam's. Crack! The white bone shield completely shattered. Andrina seized the opportunity and pressed her tender little hand on Portlam's chest. POW! 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 Portlam kept retreating. His face was sickly pale. Crack! Han Shoror, who was holding a wine glass in his hand, took advantage of Portlam's retreat to suddenly close in on him. The shattered wine glass pierced into Portlam's back and sent him staggering forward. Angelina's sudden attack and Han Shoror's sneak attack happened in the blink of an eye. There were quite a few high gods in the banquet hall. But unfortunately for them, none of them expected that Angelina and Han Shoror would be so impulsive. They attacked the moment they disagreed with each other, and they did not even care about sneak attacks. Stop! By the time Andre cried out, Andrina and Han Shoror had already launched their attacks. Portlam took the opportunity to retreat to Charlotte's side. A trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale and unsightly. His calm demeanor was nowhere to be seen. His eyes were filled with viciousness. Whoosh! Angelina took advantage of the situation and thrust herself into the gap between Charlotte and Portlam. She raised her hand and struck at Portlam. Han Shoror wore a callous face. His body swayed a few times and left a long and narrow blurry shadow. He too did not listen to Andre's instructions and attacked Portlam from the side. Brian, calm down. Let's figure out what's going on first. Andre shouted in a deep voice and pounced at Portlam. Andrina and Han Shoror remained unmoved. They kept their eyes fixed on Portlam. However, Charlotte, who was on the other side, suddenly made a move to help Portlam stop Andrina. The two were fully prepared. They faced Andrina's attack as though they were facing a formidable foe. They completely ignored Han Shoror's sneak attack from behind. In the eyes of Charlotte and Portlam, Andrina was the truly terrifying character. As for Han Shoror, he was the kind that could be completely ignored. Han Shoror's sneak attack did not leave any serious injuries on Portlam's body. The trickle of blood from Portlam's mouth was left behind by Andrina. Charlotte and Portlam were focused on attacking Andrina alone. Their backs were wide open and they paid no attention to Han Shoror's arrival. By this time, Andre had already pounced at Portlam. His goal was to stop Andrina and he paid no attention to Han Shoror. The corners of Han Shoror's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He stretched out his hand at lightning speed and pressed it against Portlam's back. In an instant, Cauldron Spirit's energy surged into Han Shoror's body. A terrifying energy violently blasted into Portlam's back. It was the same position as before, but this time, Cauldron Spirit's energy was added. POW. Portlam's body suddenly flew into the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood. When Rugasi saw that Portlam was flying towards him, he hastily extended his hand to intercept him. Suddenly, an enormous force assaulted him. Rugasi was startled. He took a few steps back before he came to a halt. Be you, Brian. Rugasi stared at Hanshaw as though he had seen a ghost. His face was filled with disbelief. When Rugasi caught Portlam, he experienced the terror of that energy. Naturally, he knew that the energy did not originate from Portlam. When he realized that the unfamiliar energy that severely injured Portlam was unleashed by Hanshaw, the fear in his heart was simply indescribable. In the eyes of everyone in the City of Shadows, Hanshaw was a supremely talented pharmacist. However, no one had ever treated Hanshaw as an expert because Hanshaw had displayed the strength of a low god of death from the very beginning. This was also the reason why Rugasi dared to attack Hanshaw at the Kisa residence. A low god was just too ordinary in the City of Shadows. No one would pay any attention to him. However, when Hanshaw, who everyone thought only knew how to refine medicines, suddenly erupted with high god strength, that kind of shocking power shocked everyone. Although the crowd could not directly sense the terrifying energy of Hanshaw's attack as Rugasi could, they knew that the one who sent Portlam flying and spurting blood was not Andrina, but Hanshaw. That was because Andrina, with Andre's help, did not have the chance to land her attack on Portlam. The banquet hall was dead silent. It was as though everyone had just met Hanshaw for the first time. All of them were stupefied as they looked at Hanshaw, who was charging at Portlam with a callous face, completely unaffected by his surroundings. At this moment, Hanshaw's face was devoid of his usual gentle smile. There was only an indifferent coldness to life. The imposing manner of someone who had walked the path of slaughter didn't need any reminders. Everyone present immediately realized it. This fella has killed a lot of people. The crowd thought to themselves. It was also at this moment that they suddenly came to a realization. They thought to themselves, so it turns out that the warm smile of that kid all along was only a brilliant disguise, and the domineering, cold, and bloodthirsty appearance at this moment seemed to be his true face. Rugasi put on a bitter smile. In his heart, he rejoiced that Erebus and Endre had coincidentally arrived at the Kisa residence. Otherwise, when faced with an unfathomable little monster like Andrina and a Hanshaw who hid his strength even more deeply and attacked even more viciously, wouldn't his provocation back then have been akin to seeking death? Rugasi wasn't the only one who thought that Hanshaw was even more terrifying than Andrina, a person who could conceal his strength so that everyone would overlook him, and then suddenly strike a fatal blow without stopping for anyone. This forbearance, this tenacity, this insidiousness, and this sudden eruption of terrifying strength was enough to make one's scalp go numb just thinking about it. "Brian, give me some face. Don't kill him," Endre shouted. He was firmly blocked by Angelina and had no way to stop Hanshaw. That was all he could say. Hanshaw did not say a word. He charged at Portlam, who was in Rugasi's hands and was bleeding profusely. It was obvious that Hanshaw did not give Endre any face. If worst comes to worst, I'll leave the City of Shadows. If worst comes to worst, I'll go to another Dominion and start over. Even if I can't stay in the Calamity Church anymore, I'll at most go to the Space Dominion or the Destiny Dominion. Hanshaw had this realization the moment he'd made his move. Everyone stop him. If Portlam dies in the City of Shadows, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Endre hastily shouted when he saw that Hanshaw remained unmoved. He really did not expect that Hanshaw, who was usually courteous to him, would be so unscrupulous and disrespectful when he attacked. This fella is even more dangerous than Andrina. I've been with him for so long and yet I didn't notice it. How frightening. No wonder Avery failed to kill him twice. This fella is even more ruthless than Avery, Endre thought to himself. His loud shout woke up everyone in the banquet hall. Portlam's family clan was renowned in the Death Dominion. If he were to die in the City of Shadows, the House of Saint would be put in a difficult position. Therefore, those who were stunned by Hanshaw hastily tried to stop Hanshaw. "Brian, calm down. Brian, let's talk this out. Everything can be discussed. Everything can be discussed." They were shouting and yelling. Portlam was thrown away by Rugasi. When those who caught him saw that Hanshaw was charging at them, they immediately threw Portlam away. Blood was flowing out of Portlam's mouth. He was dizzy from being thrown around. When he saw that Han Shuror was chasing after him, the fear in his heart grew deeper and deeper. Goddamnit, is this fella a lunatic? He knows who I am and yet he still dares to attack me so recklessly. This damned fella is too treacherous. He didn't even use his full strength in his first attack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so defenseless. Why are there so many lunatics in this Celestial Pearl Pharmacy? Portlam's head was spinning and he screamed in his mind. Brian, your body can't hold on much longer. Cauldron spirit transmitted to Han Shuror's consciousness. Han Shuror sighed helplessly in his mind. He suddenly stopped and shouted, Andrina, stop. Why? Andrina glared at the two without turning her head. We can't kill him, Han Shuror said helplessly. Andrina coldly groaned and retreated to Han Shuror's side. She stared coldly at Portlam, who had returned to Rugas's hand, and said, I'll remember you. Lord Andre, what do you plan to do? Han Shuror took a deep breath, looked at Andre, and asked. You scoundrel, sigh, I don't even know what to say to you. Andre said hatefully. His face was filled with embarrassment. Andre waved his hand and ordered, Rugasi, bring Portlam to the Saint residence immediately. Wait, tell him to leave my medicines behind. I'm not doing business with him. Andre casually threw a bag of crystal coins and flew towards Rugasi. Rugasi looked at Andre with an awkward expression and asked, and you? Another bag of crystal coins was thrown out and landed right at Charlotte's feet. Charlotte's expression was extremely ugly. She cursed Portlam in her heart. She wanted to say something, but when she recalled how shameless Portlam was, she could only sigh helplessly. She took out the potions she had kept and silently placed them on the table in front of her. She picked up the bag of crystal coins and walked towards Portlam. She asked Portlam to take out the potions as well. Then, she left with Portlam and Rugasi. If it weren't for the fact that I can't hold on for too long, don't even think about leaving here alive. Han Shuror coldly groaned in his mind as he watched Portlam leave. Brian, I think it's time for us to have a good talk, Andre said with a bitter smile. Chapter 736. The members of the major family clans in the banquet hall took their medicines and left. Along the way, they discussed what had just happened in low voices. Before Gia left, her beautiful eyes were sparkling. When she looked at Han Shuror, her eyes were full of splendor. It was as though she was getting to know Han Shuror all over again. Han Shuror's sudden outburst had shocked everyone present. It was only now that they realized that Han Shuror, who usually kept a low profile, was actually a character who was adept at forbearance. All of them immediately elevated Han Shuror's status to a whole new level. No one treated Han Shuror as a pharmacist anymore. On Elysium, although pharmacists were also respected, they were not as intimidating as a high god. The respect people had for a genius pharmacist was only because they had a favor to ask. The respect was not from the bottom of their hearts. However, the respect they had for a high god was genuine and sincere. How unexpected. That youngster possesses such strength at such a young age. What's frightening isn't his current strength, but his forbearance and low profile. If it wasn't for Portlam's violent actions, I'm afraid none of us would have thought that he possessed such strength, Beth of the House of Kinsun exclaimed after exiting the banquet hall. She glanced at Gia and softly asked, What's wrong? My little Gia is tempted. Of course not. Gia's charming face blushed. She giggled and said, I just think that this fella is very interesting. I have never seen anyone like him in the City of Shadows. It's fine if he doesn't do anything, but once he does, he won't give face to anyone. He used to bow and scrape to Andre, but when he was about to kill Portlam, he didn't even bat an eyelid no matter how Andre yelled at him. I'm amazed. I heard that the youngster flew into a rage because Portlam is interested in his woman. Gia, you must remember that he already has women, and not just one. Beth reminded softly. Mother, what are you talking about? Gia softly groaned and walked away impatiently. Beth looked at Gia's back and softly sighed. She said, I have raised you all these years but I have never seen you so interested in a young man. Inside the secret chamber, Han Shuror and Andre sat face to face. Han Shoror's face was solemn and he didn't say a word. Andre looked at Han Shoror with a bitter smile and sighed. Brian, how many things are you hiding from us? Last time, it was Andrina who suddenly flipped out. This time, it's you. Who else in your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will show their prowess next time? Lord Andre, if the City of Shadows doesn't welcome us, I will immediately leave with my men, Han Shoror suddenly said after keeping silent for a long while. That's not what I meant. Although you have been deceiving us for a long time, you bear no ill will toward the House of Saint. Besides, you have saved Carmelita twice and helped me expose the Godswamp Pharmacy. No matter how you look at it, the House of Saint owes you a favor, Andre hastily explained when he heard that Han Shoror was about to leave. However, the Portlam family possesses great influence. His uncle is here in the City of Shadows to discuss some matters with my elder brother on behalf of the church. If anything were to happen to Portlam in the City of Shadows, the House of Saint will not shirk the responsibility. Lord Andre, I understand your position. Han Shoror first expressed his stance. Shortly after, he said in a deep voice, but Portlam, knowing that Andrina is a member of our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he still tried to snatch my woman. His actions are intolerable. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Andre put on a worried face and waved his hand. After taking a short pause, he asked, Brian, what energy did you use? Why have I never seen it before? Han Shoror kept quiet. Andre was rather embarrassed. He said, you and Andrina are very strange. The way you use your energy is very unique. I'm just curious, that's all. It's a kind of energy similar to fighting aura. I've been cultivating it since I was a child. Han Shoror thought for a moment before he gave a simple explanation. As for exactly what kind of energy it is, I'm not too sure either. My master didn't explain it in detail when he imparted it to me. He only said that this energy can only be cultivated by those with special constitutions. An average person wouldn't be able to understand or practice it. Han Shoror continued to lie. That's strange. Andre said in astonishment. Master, what you're doing today isn't appropriate. If the exalted Demon Lord's enemies discover that you're cultivating in demonic arts, they will definitely kill you before you become strong enough. Cauldron Spirit transmitted to Han Shoror through his consciousness. I know. But I really wanted to kill Portlam today. Han Shoror said to Cauldron Spirit, this universe is so vast. The chances of me running into that person are very slim, especially when my strength is so weak. That kind of person wouldn't pay attention to me. I think there won't be any problems for the time being. You better be more careful next time. Try not to use demonic arts unless absolutely necessary. If you use it too much, you will inevitably attract the attention of others. Cauldron Spirit kept silent for a moment before it said to Han Shoror, based on my speculation, that person hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. Although the Exalted Demon Lord has completely dissipated from this world, the Exalted Demon Lord must have inflicted serious injuries on that person before his death. He probably hasn't recovered even now. But we still have to be cautious. Got it? Han Shoror replied. According to his original plan, Han Shoror wouldn't use demonic arts rashly. If he did, he wouldn't let his opponent live. However, today's situation was special. When he heard that Fanny and the others had nearly fallen into Portlam's hands, Han Shoror couldn't control himself for a moment. That was why he acted recklessly. Although Han Shoror knew that doing so would bring him some trouble, he didn't think too much about it at that time. The only thought in his mind was to kill Portlam. Now that it had happened, Han Shoror could only learn from his mistake and try his best to make up for it. But after hearing from Cauldron Spirit that the person hadn't recovered, Han Shoror felt a little more relieved. Forget it. Since you aren't willing to say anything, I won't force you. Andre shook his head and sighed when he saw that Han Shoror was silent. He stood up and continued, but don't worry. As long as Portlam isn't dead, there is still room for negotiation. Brian, there are actually some benefits to you for suddenly displaying such formidable strength. Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment and asked, what benefits? With this, my elder brother will value you even more. If you didn't possess such strength, My elder brother might sacrifice you for the sake of the bigger picture. After all, a pharmacist is just a pharmacist. To my elder brother, who only cares about the strong, a high god is far less important. But now, it's different. All I have to do is go back and tell my elder brother about what happened today. Given the importance of you and Andrina, my elder brother will do his utmost to protect you, even if he doesn't care about Andrina. Andre guaranteed, therefore, you don't have to leave the City of Shadows. You don't have to worry about this matter. Our House of Saint will cover it up for you. After taking a short pause, Andre looked at Hanshuror and said, but you have to promise me that you will not attack Portlam while in the City of Shadows. Portlam's uncle isn't here today. Otherwise, he would cause a huge ruckus. If you really can't forgive Portlam, you will have to wait until Portlam leaves the City of Shadows. Then, you can find a way to resolve it yourself. Portlam had been gravely injured today. To Hanshuror, it could be said that he had vented his resentment. After hearing Andre's solemn instructions, Hanshuror, who had calmed down, pondered for a moment before he finally nodded and sincerely said, Lord Andre, I'm sorry for what happened earlier. I had lost my rationality back then. I understand. Andre said smilingly. But in his heart, he thought, you were calm and composed when you killed someone. How did you lose your rationality? Then I won't be seeing you off. Hanshuror bowed as an apology. Andre nodded smilingly and left Hanshuror with a few more words of advice before leaving the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as Hanshuror left, Andrina came in from outside and asked, Brian, are we leaving the City of Shadows? Hanshuror shook his head and replied in a deep voice, not for now. Let's see how things go first. If we don't leave now, it will be too late for the House of Saint to take us down and give Portlam an explanation. Andrina bunched her brows and said, if the House of Saint really wants to do that, it's too late for us to leave now. Hanshuror took a short pause before he asked, what's going on? 20 days after we separated, I protected them with a boundary and went out to scout the situation. I discovered that all the god hunters had disappeared. I knew that you must have lured the god hunters away, so I brought them back to the City of Shadows. When we passed by a town, I used 20,000 black crystal coins to purchase an airship and flew them to the City of Shadows. When we passed by a valley on our way, we ran into that fella's airship that was headed for the City of Shadows. Although Fanny and the other elder sisters possessed very weak strength, every one of them was exceptionally good-looking. They were rare beauties even on Elysium. That guy saw that our group was weak, so he had evil thoughts. Fortunately, they didn't discover my true strength. When they weren't paying attention, I made a move and destroyed their flying bats. It wasn't easy for me to escape with them. Because I was injured, before I recovered, I was afraid of encountering any accidents on the way, so I rested for a while before I came back on the airship. That's the gist of the matter. Angelina gave a brief account of what happened. I'm going to check on Fanny and the others. Here, take this bag of black crystal coins. Use it to heal your injuries. Hanshuror tossed a bag of black crystal coins to Andrina and headed to the room where Fanny and the others were staying. Thanks to his demon generals, Hanshuror knew where Akeley had arranged for Fanny and the others to stay. He quickly arrived at their rooms and comforted them with a few words of comfort and, of course, a few gentle caresses. Only when he was satisfied with their service did Hanshuror dare to leave. The next day, Hanshuror brought Phoebe, Emily, and the others to introduce them to Jiu Li, Akeley, and the others. He also told them about the situation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Phoebe was an expert in management back on Profound Continent. She was very interested in the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Hanshuror knew that Phoebe was an expert in management and therefore recommended to Jiu Li that Phoebe intervene in the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although Emily wasn't as good as Phoebe in management, she was also talented in recruiting and recognizing talents. The fact that she was able to climb to a high position in the Dark Mantle was sufficient proof that Emily was a capable person. When she saw that Phoebe wanted to intervene in the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, she volunteered to help Hanshuror. Hanshuror really wasn't an expert in management. Therefore, when he saw that the two ladies were eager to help him and he understood their capabilities, he naturally arranged some duties for them. Fanny had never been involved in management and had no intention of doing so. Therefore, Han Shaw did not make any other arrangements for her. While Phoebe and Emily excitedly asked Jiu Li about the details of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shaw led Fanny to the nearest shop that sold divine weapons. He had given the origin crystals he purchased and some insights on ascension to Guardhood, to Trunks and the others. Now that he had arrived on Elysium, his top priority was to help them improve their strengths. These people possessed decent aptitudes. With the rich elemental energy on Elysium, in addition to special materials and secret manuals, it was only natural for them to make rapid progress. After spending only 3,000 black crystal coins, Han Shaw had purchased all the items he needed from the shop. The items he needed were all low-grade items in the divine weapon shops on Elysium. They weren't particularly precious in the first place. Fanny was visibly stimulated when she saw those precious items that she wouldn't even dare to think about on Profound Continent being displayed in an inconspicuous corner of a shop on Elysium, priced at a few dozen purple crystal coins or 2 to 3 black crystal coins. The reason why the people on Elysium can cultivate so quickly is that there are all kinds of resources on Elysium. In addition to the unique environment, it's not surprising that there are so many gods. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who would fight to the death to get to Elysium, said Han Shaw smilingly as he chatted with Fanny. After storing the items into his space ring, he and Fanny returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After returning to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shaw gathered the guests from Profound Continent and placed all the items he had just purchased in front of them. He smilingly said, "Everyone, please pick out the items that suit you. Origin crystals, fluorite used to condense a body of element, detailed methods to advance from demigod to base god, basic steps to advance from base god to low god." The crowd was dazzled. After Han Shaw finished his words, after learning about the uses of the items in detail, they picked out the treasures that suited their cultivation. After thanking Han Shaw, he impatiently returned to his room to cultivate and digest the treasures that were coveted by everyone on Profound Continent. It was only after arriving on Elysium that they realized how insignificant their strengths were. In order to shorten the gap between them and the people on Elysium, they didn't want to waste even a second. Chapter 737. At the House of Saint. Wallace and Doyleau watched as Rugacy brought Portlam over. His face was covered in blood. Doyleau was Portlam's uncle. He was also the most important person in this group. Portlam's shirt was dyed red with blood. A small piece of the divine armor on his back was shattered. Glass shards from a wine glass were embedded in his flesh and blood dripped onto the ground. Doyleau's face was gloomy. As soon as he saw Portlam being brought in by Rugacy, he immediately grabbed Portlam and asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Who in the City of Shadows dares to injure you so severely?" Wallace's face was also rather gloomy. Doyleau and Portlam were the most important guests of the House of Saint. Now that Portlam had been injured so badly, it would be hard for Wallace to explain himself. "It's the people from Celestial Pearl," Charlotte said in a low voice. Wallace bunched his brows, looked at Rugacy, and asked, "What happened?" Rugacy handed Portlam over to Doyleau. His face turned solemn as he reported, "Something unexpected happened at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy." Portlam and Angelina of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy seemed to be on bad terms. They started fighting in the banquet hall. "Andrina injured Portlam?" Wallace's heart sank and he immediately asked. Through Andre, Wallace had learned a little about Andrina. He was very concerned about this powerful little girl beside Han Shaw. After hearing Rugacy's words, he was certain that Andrina was the culprit. "No," Rugacy forced a smile and shook his head. "It was Brian who injured young Master Portlam." "What?" Wallace's expression changed. He asked solemnly, "Are you sure? Brian only has the strength of a low god. How could he possibly injure Portlam?" "It's him." Charlotte's charming face was full of shock as she said, "Everyone underestimated his strength. That guy is even more vicious than Angelina. He didn't use his full strength when Portlam was prepared for the first attack, which caused Portlam to be careless. Then, when Portlam wasn't paying attention to the second attack, he suddenly used his full strength and heavily injured Portlam. How is that possible? Wallace turned pale with fright. He asked Rugacy, is that true? Rugacy nodded and said, that's right. I reckon that Lord Andre will be back soon. City Lord, you can ask him about the details. That kid actually had the power of a high god. Wallace exclaimed in his heart. His eyes began to flicker. Andre knew his elder brother very well. Originally, when he heard that Portlam was severely injured in the City of Shadows, he immediately flew into a rage and was prepared to pursue the culprit. However, when he learned that the attacker was Han-Shoror and that Han-Shoror had displayed high god strength, he immediately began to weigh the pros and cons. The reason Wallace was able to achieve all that he had today was because he valued talents. He valued strength above all else. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacist Angelina had already caught Wallace's attention for a long time. Now that he heard that Han-Shoror also possessed high god strength, he immediately had a deeper thought. I think you will give us an explanation, right? Doyelo examined Portlam's injuries. After making sure that Portlam's life was not in danger, he raised his head, looked deeply at Wallace, and asked softly, don't worry. After I get to the bottom of this, I will surely give you an explanation, Wallace nodded. Then, he looked at Rugacy in puzzlement and asked, I know Brian quite well. He wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. What's going on? This. Rugacy looked at Portlam and Doyelo. He was somewhat hesitant. Wallace's face sank. He shouted, Rugacy, what's going on? Andrina said that when she returned to the City of Shadows, she ran into young Master Portlam. It seemed that young Master Portlam intended to abduct Brian's woman. Rugacy hastily gave a brief account of what happened. He then added, I heard this from Andrina. I don't know the specifics. Wallace knew what was going on after hearing Rugacy's explanation. He had heard a thing or two about Portlam's lasciviousness. He wasn't surprised that Portlam would do such a thing to him. Mr. Doyelo, if you were the one who bullied us first, this matter will not be easy to handle. Wallace sighed and said, the City of Shadows has its own rules. If I don't handle things impartially just because you are my guests, I, as the City Lord, will be blamed by all the large family clans. Doyelo's face turned ugly upon hearing those words. He could tell that Wallace was trying to protect the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although their family clans were powerful, they were in the City of Shadows after all. If Wallace didn't help them, they would be in deep trouble. What do you mean? Doyelo asked. After I get to the bottom of the matter, I will handle it impartially. I will not side with any party, Wallace replied with a strong sense of righteousness. Soon enough, Andre returned from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as he returned, he signaled Wallace with his eyes. Wallace nodded and greeted Doyelo. He then went to a corner with Andre and started chatting in low voices. After a while, Wallace returned to Doyelo smilingly and said, no matter what, let's stabilize Portlam's injuries first. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I hope that you can give us justice. I have come here on behalf of the church to discuss some issues with you. If you can't even guarantee our safety, then your House of Saint will be too disappointing in the City of Shadows, Doyelo said in a deep voice before leaving with Portlam. After Doyelo, Charlotte, and the others left, Wallace sneered and said, you want to use the church to pressure me? Hee, your House of Batchelder isn't much stronger than my House of Saint. Do you think you can represent the church? Elder brother, that youngster Brian is not to be underestimated, Andre said smilingly. Heroes are born young. The stronger he is, the happier I am. Wallace laughed heartily and said, if he was just a pharmacist, perhaps I wouldn't be willing to offend the Batchelder family for him. But now, Portlam is out of luck. Your lordship, but Doyelo is representing the church, Rugacy reminded in a somewhat reverent manner. He's just representing the church. Their House of Batchelder is not the church. Why would I be afraid of him? Wallace said disdainfully, besides, they are here to ask for my help. My House of Saint serves the Overgod of Darkness wholeheartedly. Such a small matter will not shake our position. Rugacy, you can go back first, Andre said smilingly. Rugacy nodded and tactfully left the House of Saint. Are you sure that youngster really has high god strength? Wallace was overjoyed and hastily asked after everyone had left. I saw it with my own eyes, Andre confirmed. Besides, he used a very strange and unorthodox energy. It is even more peculiar than the energy Andrina used. This fellow really exceeds people's expectations. Very good, Wallace replied in a low voice. Then, he smilingly said, I think that the House of Lavas has no intention of staying in the City of Shadows. Someone has to take over their position. If the other three major family clans were to share the authority, they might grow too powerful and one day threaten the position of our House of Saint. Brian has just arrived in the city and does not have much foundation. Besides, he is on good terms with Carmelita. It is not a bad choice to hand over the position to him. I did not think too much about it before because his strength was insufficient. But now, it seems that he is even more suitable for the position than Avery. Elder brother, you mean to transfer the fifth corps? Andre cried out in surprise. That's right. The fifth corps has been vacant for a long time. Someone has to take over it. Wallace nodded and replied. But we have already spread the word that only those who have Avery's head can take over the position. Andre bunched his brows and said. That can be changed. As long as Brian makes a great contribution to the City of Shadows, we will have a reason to hand over the fifth corps to him. I'm just saying that for the time being. He might not necessarily be that lucky. But this is what I mean. We can discuss this further, Wallace said. I understand. Andre sighed and said, if this youngster can take over the fifth corps, he will reach the heavens in a single bound. Half a month passed by in a flash. Han Shoror had been on high alert, fearing that Portlam's uncle would come for revenge. However, Doyelo did not show up. With the House of Saints backing, Doyelo and Portlam seemed to have resigned themselves to their misfortune. Although their hearts were filled with hatred for Han Shoror, with the protection of the House of Saint in the City of Shadows, they dared not act recklessly. During this period of time, the party from Profound Continent had been cultivating diligently. Other than Phoebe and Emily, who had to take care of the business of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy during the day, none of them dared to act recklessly in the City of Shadows due to the protection of the House of Saint. During this period of time, the party from Profound Continent had been cultivating diligently. Other than Phoebe and Emily, who had to take care of the business of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy during the day, those who felt that their strength was insignificant did not leave their rooms. Phoebe had a mature management experience. In this aspect, even Jiu Li was far inferior to her. Phoebe, who knew nothing about pharmaceutics, had a thorough understanding of the entire process of collecting medicinal ingredients, storing them in the warehouse, refining them, selling them, and rewarding and punishing the employees. She had provided pertinent suggestions on every aspect. Emily was in charge of recruiting special talents for the opening of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. With the help of these two capable wives, Han Shoror was suddenly freed from the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. All he had to do was to check on the profits from time to time and leave everything else to them. During this period of time, City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows personally visited the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Nominally, he was there to investigate the matter of Portlam from Han Shoror. However, during his visit, he very straightforwardly expressed his admiration for Han Shoror. He even told Han Shoror not to let Portlam affect his mood. Ever since Han Shoror arrived in the City of Shadows, although Han Shoror had been doing very well in the city, Wallace had always asked Andre to discuss everything with Han Shoror. Even on the opening day of Han Shoror's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Wallace did not show any particular concern. However, just a few days after Han Shoror caused a ruckus in the banquet hall, Wallace paid a personal visit to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. From this, it was obvious that Han Shoror's attitude had changed. Shortly after Wallace's visit, the patriarchs of the other three major family clans also came to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Each and every one of them harshly condemned Portlam's shamelessness and gave Han Shoror very high praise for his sudden attack. Carmelita had been forced by Wallace to cultivate and had not stepped out of her personal gymnasium. Therefore, she was unaware of the recent happenings in the City of Shadows. Erebus, shortly after returning from a trip to the city, went to visit Han Shoror. He was extremely shocked by Han Shuo's display of invincible might that day. He kept assuring Han Shuo that based on his understanding of Wallace, Han Shuo would not let anything happen to Han Shuo. After a period of observation, Han Shuo knew that Wallace was trying to protect him. He did not need Erebus' reminder. When Erebus expressed his desire to spar with Han Shuo had no choice but to reject him. Cauldron Spirit's power could not be sustained for long. The image that Han Shuo maintained in the hearts of the major family clans was completely exaggerated. If he were to spar with Erebus, wouldn't his cover be blown? Fortunately, Erebus did not force Han Shuo to accept the challenge. He did not say much when he saw that Han Shuo had no intention to spar with him. He merely hinted to Han Shuo that his celestial pearl pharmacy would only be more stable if Han Shuo possessed formidable strength. Han Shuo had also realized this. Han Shuo had discovered this from the attitude of the major family clans. Compared to before, the younger members of major family clans who came to purchase medicines from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were much more respectful. When they realized that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had two high gods of unfathomable strength, two of whom were characters who would kill without batting an eye, they no longer treated the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy as just a slightly larger shop. With everything on the right track, Han Shuo could finally relax. He spent every day cultivating. Inside the gymnasium of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo and Akeley were sparring in the gravitational field. Akeley, who was addicted to battle, believed that only by constantly fighting and killing could he quickly increase his strength. Therefore, he had been fighting with Han Shuo in the gymnasium all this time. During his fight with Akeley, Han Shuo had been using the energy of his avatar of destruction. Orbs of destruction were constantly condensed in his hands, revolving in trajectories of the Edict of Destruction and bombarding Akeley with them. The orbs of destruction were condensed from the divine energy of destruction. Akeley found it rather taxing to deal with them. He shuttled back and forth in the gymnasium at high speed. His body turned into streaks of afterimages. Whenever he dodged the entanglement of the orbs of destruction, he would seize the opportunity to launch a powerful attack. Bang! 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 The sounds of intense exchanges sounded incessantly. It did not take long for Akeley to be exhausted and to be defeated. You are truly a freak. You have cultivated so many different kinds of energy, yet you have cultivated each of them to such a profound level, Akeley exclaimed. Han Shuo's body was much more monstrous than Akeley's. After absorbing the divine energy from a mid-god, his avatar of destruction was on the verge of a breakthrough. His divine energy was also slightly more profound than Akeley's. It was only natural that Akeley would be at a disadvantage in the fight. All right, Akeley, you may leave. It's my turn. Andrina immediately walked over to Han Shuo smilingly when she saw that Akeley had stopped. She waved her little fists in front of Han Shuo and asked, "How are we going to fight today?" "As usual, I will only fight you for 3 minutes. I will stop when the time is up," Han Shuo said smilingly. With the help of Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo could only last for about 3 minutes at most. Once the time was up, his demonic infant, the foundation of his demonic arts, would be damaged. However, during the recent spars, Han Shuo discovered that every time he fought with Andrina using Cauldron Spirit's energy, the surging energy would fill every corner of his body with a prickling sensation. It was actually a very beneficial strengthening for his body. He had been cultivating Invincible Omen Body for a period of time and he could vaguely feel that he had made a breakthrough. At present, Han Shuo could only deploy Invincible Omen Body with a single thought to defend against external attacks. As for the second stage of Invincible Omen Body, Han Shuo's body would automatically transform into Invincible Omen Body as soon as an attack landed on his body. During the recent spars with Andrina, Han Shuo's body would be constantly stimulated by Cauldron Spirit's energy. His body would be strengthened every time he endured the excruciating pain. This could be seen from how long he could endure each time. As the spars progressed, the amount of time he could use Cauldron Spirit's energy had increased. Although it was only for a few seconds each time, Han Shuo could already see the benefits of using Cauldron Spirit's energy. "I really don't understand you. It's only for a short while every time. It doesn't last at all. Andrina pouted. As soon as she finished those words, she suddenly attacked Hanshaw. Dazzling rays of light were released from her body and rushed towards Hanshaw in the form of a vortex. Having fought with Andrina many times in this gymnasium, Hanshaw had long become familiar with Andrina's attack methods. As soon as the dazzling rays of light approached him, Hanshaw unfolded the demonic blades in his hands. Wisps of condensed black energy flowed out from his 5 fingers. The black energy was condensed from the energy of demon generals. Hanshaw's 5 fingers seemed to be pulling 5 black ribbons. The condensed black energy intertwined with each other and formed a net in front of Hanshaw. When the dazzling rays of light fell into the net of black energy, they would sizzle and emit smoke. At this moment, Hanshaw and Andrina would attack each other through the dazzling vortex and the black net. Rays of light would fly out from their hands. Bang! When Hanshaw was repelled by Andrina's attack, his momentum was hindered. At that moment, Andrina would charge straight in and Hanshaw would have no choice but to defend. Andrina was much stronger than Portlam. Hanshaw had fought her many times and had a deep understanding of this fact. However, due to the uniqueness of Andrina's energy, Hanshaw had never been able to figure out Andrina's actual strength. He could only guess that she should possess late-stage high god strength. Bam! Another soft sound rang out. This time, Angelina's soft little hand pressed lightly against Hanshaw's chest. Hanshaw took 3 steps back. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted because he suddenly discovered that he did not release the invincible omen body. But when Andrina's attack approached him, the demonic yuan in his body automatically reacted and formed the invincible omen body, firmly defending against Andrina's attack. Chapter 738. Hanshaw did not deliberately circulate invincible omen body throughout his entire body when fighting against Andrina because he knew that Andrina knew when to stop and would not kill him. The strike landed on Hanshaw's chest. The automatic circulation of invincible omen body made Hanshaw overjoyed. He smilingly said, "Again, but don't use too much strength." His body had already reached its critical point. If he were to forcefully borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy again, the demonic infant in his body would be affected. Therefore, Hanshaw reminded Andrina to be careful. Bang! Another strike landed on Hanshaw's chest. Hanshaw felt as though a mountain had crashed into his chest. He took several steps back. He tasted something sweet in his mouth and a trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Andrina was stunned for a moment. Her body swayed and she caught Hanshaw. She scolded, "Why didn't you block?" Hanshaw wiped away the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "I'm fine. I was testing my body's endurance." Strangely enough, when Andrina's strike landed on Hanshaw's body, he did not immediately release invincible omen body. That was why he suffered light injuries. What's going on? Hanshaw was extremely puzzled. Why did it work just now but not now? Akeley, let's try. Hit me a few times. Be gentle. Hanshaw gestured for Akeley to come over. Although Andrina had held back, she was too strong and Hanshaw was still slightly injured. Akeley was not like Andrina. Given his strength, it would be very difficult for him to inflict serious injuries on Hanshaw. It would be safer for him to attack Hanshaw. "You're quite the masochist, aren't you?" Akeley muttered. He somewhat reluctantly walked to Hanshaw's side and suddenly began bombarding Hanshaw's body. Akeley deliberately controlled his strength. Although the series of attacks appeared to be tight, they were in fact not very powerful. "Stop!" Hanshaw shouted, his heart full of doubts. It was useless. Faced with Akeley's torrential attacks, invincible omen body did not automatically form. "Weird, I don't understand what you're doing," Akeley muttered again. He waved his hand and said, "I'll be leaving first. You can have fun on your own. Brian, what are you doing?" After Akeley left, Andrina curiously asked Hanshaw. She could tell that Hanshaw seemed to be contemplating something. Combined with his strange behavior, Andrina felt that Hanshaw's behavior was somewhat abnormal. It's nothing. I just encountered some problems with the power I'm cultivating. Han Shor casually replied and smilingly said, "All right, Andrina, go do whatever you need to do. I'll be alone for a while." "All right then, I'll go play with Big Sister Fanny." Big Sister Fanny has cultivated to demigod realm with the help of the origin crystal. It seems that she will become a base god in a few years. Andrina nodded and left the gymnasium. Every single one of those who came from Profound Continent possessed extraordinary aptitude. Utilizing the enormous resources provided by Han Shor and the superior environment of Elysium, each and every one of them progressed at lightning speed. For example, a dark Grand Magus like Candide very quickly advanced to Sacred Magus and was only one step away from the demigod realm. Those who originally only possessed demigod strength also made substantial progress within a short period of time. In short, those who came from Profound Continent spent all their time and energy on cultivation. Han Shor was very satisfied with each and every one of them. Bolans and Sanguinar, the two demonic arts cultivators, also made rapid progress during the period when Han Shor was away from Profound Continent. Sanguinar in particular, due to his unique body, was able to cultivate the Blood God mantra at an astonishing speed. By now, Sanguinar could control the blood in his enemies' bodies and he could transform the blood in his body into bloody shadows to attack others. After arriving on Elysium, Han Shor paid special attention to Bolans and Sanguinar. He answered all the problems they encountered in their cultivation and even refined several kinds of special medicinal pellets for them to consume, allowing their demonic arts to advance by leaps and bounds. Han Shor was very satisfied with the performance of those from Profound Continent. After Andrina left, Han Shor began to ponder the reason why the invincible omen body did not automatically form. After thinking for a moment, Han Shor once again secretly cultivated the invincible omen body. However, he did not discover any abnormalities in his body. Han Shor decided to borrow Cauldron Spirit's power to strengthen himself using this method of torturing his body. He wanted to see if the invincible omen body would automatically form the next time he used Cauldron Spirit's energy. "Carmelita is here to see you." Han Shor had just stepped out of the gymnasium when he saw Carmelita. Carmelita, who had been forced to cultivate by Wallace, had her eyes glowing when she saw Han Shor. She excitedly said, "Brat, I didn't expect you to be an expert as well. Come, let's spar." "Ha, I've heard about how you taught Portlam a lesson. Well done. I've long found him an eyesore. That fella has been restless even before he became a high god. Now that he has become a high god, he has become even more arrogant. Well done. I've just sparred with Andrina. I'm not in my best shape right now. Let's spar again next time." Han Shor rejected Carmelita's invitation. Then, his face turned dark as he asked, "Has that fella Portlam left the Saint residence?" "Not yet, but he will be returning to the city soon." Carmelita seemed to know what was on Han Shor's mind. She hastily stopped him and said, "You must not come to the Saint residence to look for trouble with Portlam. That fella is currently with his uncle Doyolo. Charlotte is also staying with them. I don't think you and Andrina will be able to get rid of them. Besides, they are in the Saint residence. If you really want to attack them, we will not sit idly by. You better give up on this idea and think of another way." After hearing Carmelita's words, Han Shor knew that it was unrealistic to attack Portlam in the City of Shadows. He nodded and said, "I know where your House of Saint stands. I won't make things difficult for you. Brian, I came to find you this time because I have great news to tell you," Carmelita said. Han Shor stared blankly for a moment before he asked in astonishment, "What great news?" "My father is very appreciative of you after he heard that you possess high god strength. Although you haven't been in the City of Shadows for long, you have helped me many times and are very close to our House of Saint. My father intends to let you take over the 5th Corps," Carmelita said excitedly. What? Han Shor cried out in surprise. He asked in disbelief, "Let me take over the 5th Corps? Are you sure?" Carmelita nodded affirmatively and explained, "That's right. You know the rules of the City of Shadows. Only major family clans are qualified to own their own divine guards. Other than that, Only the 7 chiefs of divine guards are allowed to build their own teams of divine guards. If you become the chief of the 5th Corps, you will truly possess a portion of the authority in the City of Shadows. This will be greatly beneficial to your celestial pearl pharmacy. With that, with the authority of the 5th Corps and the wealth accumulated by the celestial pearl pharmacy, you will be able to replace the House of Lavas and become the new family clan in the City of Shadows. In our City of Shadows, a new family clan has many conveniences. Even some affairs of the church are only accessible to the patriarchs of major family clans. Han Shoror did not expect that a small display of his abilities would bring him so many benefits. If he had known that displaying sufficient strength in the City of Shadows would bring him so many conveniences, perhaps Han Shoror would have made a move on Avery long ago. Han Shoror knew very well what the 5th Corps represented. It was a lucrative position that all major family clans in the City of Shadows coveted. Having the 5th Corps was tantamount to having a military force in one's hands. Moreover, it was legal. Every chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows had special privileges and were respected by all. Generally speaking, only experts from major family clans who had made great contributions to the city would have the qualifications to take the position. But how long had he been in the City of Shadows? My qualifications are too shallow. Everyone covets the position of Chief of the 5th Corps. It won't be that easy for me to take it, will it? Besides, your father said that only by taking Avery's head can he take the throne. Now, not to mention that I don't know where Avery is, even if I did know where he is, I'm afraid that it would still be difficult to kill him. Han Shoror forced a smile. It would be a lie to say that Han Shoror did not have any ambitions for the position. It was just that he did not expect that an outsider who had just arrived in the City of Shadows would have such a great opportunity. There are some things that can be changed. Carmelita said, although my father has the intention, you will have to work hard to take the position. You must prove your capabilities to everyone before my father can help you. Han Shoror nodded and smilingly said, of course I understand that. I came here today to tell you this news. Also, Erebus told me to tell you that if you are interested, you can go to the 3rd Corps and get used to it. He will make arrangements for you. As long as you can accumulate enough reputation and contributions, the position of the 5th Corps will be very promising for you. After all, my father has taken a fancy to you, said Carmelita smilingly. Erebus had not been in the City of Shadows during this period of time. If what Erebus said was true, Han Shoror would be able to familiarize himself with the 3rd Corps and accumulate enough contributions in some operations of the 3rd Corps. With Wallace's help, the position of the 5th Corps, which everyone coveted, would be very promising for him. What has Erebus been busy with recently? Asked Han Shoror hastily. Hunting those god hunters, of course. Erebus and Brovst have some personal grudges. He has never stopped hunting Brovst, replied Carmelita. Good. Then, he smilingly said, Carmelita, can I trouble you to make some arrangements for me? I'm going to the 3rd Corps to familiarize myself with the environment. I still have some experience in hunting god hunters. No problem. When I return, I will send Erebus a message and get him to make arrangements for you. I will inform you when it's done, said Carmelita straightforwardly. Han Shoror was overjoyed. He knew that if he hadn't saved Carmelita twice in the City of Shadows and established a good relationship with the House of Saint, he wouldn't have been able to get the position of the 5th Corps even if he had worked hard for 100 years. Brian, I have something to tell you. Carmelita had a troubled look on her face. She was a little embarrassed. What is it? Asked Han Shoror. Sister Charlotte and I have a pretty good relationship. She asked me to tell you that what happened between you and Portlam has nothing to do with her. Last time, she helped Portlam to stop you because she had no other choice. She hopes that you won't take it to heart. Carmelita hesitated for a moment before she continued, Brian, Sister Charlotte used to be from our Darkness Dominion. She has now married into the Destruction Dominion. Although she came to the City of Shadows with Portlam, they didn't travel together. She had nothing to do with Portlam. I know what I'm doing. Han Shoror nodded and said, as long as Charlotte doesn't do anything harmful to our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the future, I won't hold it against her for what happened last time. Han Shor did not make any promises. If Charlotte really did anything to his celestial pearl pharmacy, he would make her regret it. All right, that's why I'm here today, said Carmelita. Carmelita felt that she had done Charlotte a favor after hearing Han Shor's words and left hastily. Not long after Carmelita left, Han Shor took out the Holy Grail he obtained from the Church of Light and transmitted to McKinley. I have returned to Elysium. But I have some urgent matters to attend to. I will personally bring you to the Space Dominion after some time. Where are you on Elysium? Asked McKinley. The City of Shadows, one of the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion, replied Han Shor. Oh, it's indeed a little far from here to the Space Dominion. If you really have urgent matters to attend to, you can wait for a while. After all, I have been in the Holy Grail for such a long time. It doesn't matter if I'm a little late, replied McKinley. Before Portlam and his party left the City of Shadows, Han Shor couldn't be at ease about the safety of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although Han Shor believed that they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the City of Shadows, it was easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. If they were to launch a sneak attack like Avery, even if the House of Saint had no evidence, it would be very difficult for them to pursue the matter. Furthermore, Han Shor really coveted the lucrative position of the Fifth Corps. Not to mention that he knew the location of one of the Godhunters' lairs. As long as he put in some effort, he might be able to make a name for himself by attacking the Godhunters. Then, with Wallacey's help, he would be able to sit on that position. Don't worry, it won't take too long. Besides, even without you, I will be going to the Space Dominion after some time. Han Shor had an agreement with Little Skull and the 5 elite zombies to meet at the Space Dominion every once in a while. Therefore, Han Shor would definitely return to the Space Dominion. He just needed to find a suitable time to do so. Chapter 739. Inside the gymnasium, the figures of Han Shor and Andrina were blurry. Crisp sounds rang out as they crossed paths. Crack, crack. Han Shor brandished his demonic blades and sheathed them. 10 black radiances flashed past and coiled towards Andrina like 10 little snakes. Dazzling whirlpools formed around Andrina and revolved around her, obstructing the entanglement of the 10 black radiances. With one thought, the 10 black radiances moved as fast as lightning. They evaded the whirlpools and chased after Andrina. It was as though the 10 black radiances had eyes of their own. Andrina let out a soft cry of surprise. Whirlpools suddenly appeared in her eyes. The whirlpools that revolved around her immediately converged towards her body. The boundary towers around the gymnasium abruptly glowed brightly. The energy inside frantically converged towards the boundaries. It appeared that her attack had caused great damage to the boundaries. The 10 black radiances were shredded into pieces by the whirlpools. They could no longer pose a threat to her. Her petite body shot towards Han Shor. Andrina's little hand pulled out a curtain of light and enveloped Han Shor within. Han Shor felt a sharp pain in his body. He hastily raised his hand to block her attack. Bang! Andrina's little hand pierced through the layers of illusions and pressed onto Han Shor's chest. Han Shor staggered and immediately felt the invincible omen body automatically activate. The attack that landed on his body didn't cause much damage to his physical body. After taking a step back, Han Shor once again advanced explosively. His left hand was bone-piercingly cold, while his right was blazing hot. When the 2 hands struck out, one hot and one cold complemented each other, immediately forcing Angelina to temporarily dodge. Unfortunately, Han Shor's outburst did not last long. After 3 minutes, he barely managed to hold on for a dozen or so seconds before his body swayed. All the energy of Cauldron Spirit in his body receded like a receding tide. Han Shor's face was flushed and he had to gasp for breath a few times to calm himself down. For the next few days, whenever Han Shor fought Andrina, as long as he borrowed Cauldron Spirit's energy, his body would automatically activate the invincible omen body. But when Cauldron Spirit's energy receded, his body would no longer automatically activate the invincible omen body. After many attempts, Han Shor finally found the reason. After pondering deeply and asking for Cauldron Spirit's opinion, Han Shoror was able to ascertain that when the demon general's energy filled his body, although it would cause him extreme pain, the endurance of his body would be greatly enhanced. Under those circumstances, Andrina's attacks would be much more powerful. According to Cauldron Spirit's conjecture, Han Shoror's body was strengthened a second time when the demon general entered his body. In addition, Andrina's attacks were extremely powerful. Invincible Omen body would automatically activate under the influence of powerful external forces. With this understanding, Han Shoror found the right direction. As long as his body continued to be strengthened, not only would he be able to borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy for a longer period of time, but his invincible Omen body would also improve further. One had to undergo a demonic tribulation in order to reach the Omen realm. If one's body wasn't strong enough, only death would await them. Therefore, strengthening one's body was the most important thing to do at this stage of the Omen realm. With this direction in mind, Han Shoror naturally knew what he had to do. Every time his body calmed down, he would fight Andrina with Cauldron Spirit's energy, tempering his body over and over again. A month later, Han Shoror was able to borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy for more than 4 minutes. Invincible Omen body would immediately activate whenever the demon generals filled his body. In that state, Han Shoror would stand still and allow Akeley to attack. But when Akeley's attacks landed on Han Shoror's body, the invincible Omen body would not automatically activate. Of course, Akeley's strength was much weaker than Andrina's. His attacks simply couldn't cause any real harm to Han Shoror. After this trial and error, Han Shoror finally understood that in that state, invincible Omen body would only automatically activate when external forces could cause damage to his body. For attacks like Akeley's that couldn't even shake his body, invincible Omen body would never form to defend against them. Every time Han Shoror used Cauldron Spirit's energy to cultivate in the gymnasium, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. Whenever the demon generals filled his body, he would feel as though his entire body was being pricked by needles. Enduring this inhuman pain, Han Shoror's body grew tougher and tougher. He used his body as a precious sword, constantly sharpening it. During this period of time, Han Shoror had completely let go of the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Phoebe and Emily had proven that they had the ability to manage the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although all the pharmacists complained that the two knew nothing about medicine refinement, they were very impressed by their ability in managing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. In an extremely short period of time, the two had adjusted many matters, allowing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to reach its most harmonious state. Under the efforts of the two, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, which had been unable to open for business for a long time due to the lack of manpower, was successfully opened for business. With this, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy became the first pharmacy in the City of Shadows in every sense of the word. Recently, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had collected hundreds of thousands of black crystal coins in profits. According to the agreement with the House of Saint, Phoebe would send Carmelita's share to the House of Saint on time. The House of Saint was very satisfied with her work attitude. Han Shoror was completely freed from his busy business affairs and spent all his time cultivating. His body grew stronger and stronger. Portlam and his party stayed in the City of Shadows for some time before they finally left. Before leaving, Doylo had Anito deliver a message to Han Shoror: "You better not leave the City of Shadows. If they discover you, they will avenge Portlam." Han Shoror snorted disdainfully at Doylo's threat. If it wasn't for Doylo being escorted by a few members of the House of Saint, Han Shoror might have brought Andrina and Han Shoror along to ambush the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shoror, who had been making rapid progress recently, was worried that he wouldn't be able to find someone to attack. One day, Anito came to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy again. He brought a pile of scrolls and handed them to Han Shoror. He smilingly said, "From today onwards, we are comrades. It's done." Han Shoror was overjoyed when he received the scrolls. With the help of the House of Saint and the promise of Lord Erebus, the problem will naturally be solved very quickly. Hihi, these scrolls explain your status in our third core. Carmelita told me to tell you that Lord Erebus is currently in Sky Orchid Fort. Now that Portlam and his party have left the City of Shadows, You don't have to worry about the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Anito said smilingly. All right, I will set off for Sky Orchid Fort right away. Han Shoror had been worrying about not having anything to do recently. He immediately made up his mind after hearing Anito's words. Your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is temporarily without any divine guards. I will keep an eye on the surroundings while you are away. But you don't have to worry. For your enemies, even if they were to make a move, they would target you and Angelina. They wouldn't bother to attack those low gods. Anito consoled Han Shoror. Thank you very much. Han Shoror said smilingly. You're welcome. Anito hastily replied. News of Han Shoror's performance in the banquet hall had spread widely among the family clans in the City of Shadows. When Anito learned that Han Shoror possessed high god strength, he became even more respectful and cautious. Sometimes, he would even look at Han Shoror with eyes filled with reverence. Andrina, get ready. We are going to Sky Orchid Fort. Han Shoror hastily instructed after finding Andrina. Great. Are we going to deal with those god hunters? Andrina had been waiting for the news for a long time. She was overjoyed to hear that. She giggled and said, I don't need to prepare anything. You just need to bring along all the black crystal coins you have earned in the past month. I've been prepared for a long time. Han Shoror smiled. With the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy as their cash cow, Han Shoror was no longer as harsh to Andrina. He knew that Andrina could consume black crystal coins to recover from any injuries she sustained. He had made the necessary preparations before he left. After fighting for some time, Han Shoror vaguely understood the source of Andrina's energy. He discovered that when Andrina fought him, some of her internal organs would turn into crystals. It was as though Andrina herself was an extremely precise energy tower that could absorb the energy contained within those crystals for her own use. Whenever the battle in the gymnasium reached a climax, Han Shoror would discover that the energy in several energy towers around him was rather abnormal. After experiencing this several times, he gradually came to a realization. Of course, Han Shoror did not ask Andrina for confirmation as she refused to talk about her own situation. Han Shoror was also afraid that his probing would displease Andrina. You mentioned that you know of a base of god hunters. Is that true? Andrina suddenly asked as she and Han Shoror were leaving the City of Shadows. Yes. When I lured those god hunters away, I followed them for several days. I discovered a valley between the City of Shadows and Mirage City that was covered with boundaries. Even Brovst had to tread carefully in that place. I believe that there must be someone even more powerful than Brovst in that place. Han Shoror put on a grave face and said, Brovst is already a mid-stage high god. If there is someone even more powerful than him in that place, then this God Hunter alliance is simply too terrifying. Of course there is. Brovst and the other two are only second-rate. From what you have said, it seems that there really is a big fish in that place. Confirmed Andrina. Andrina knew much more about God Hunters than Han Shoror. Since she said that Brovst and the other two were only second-rate characters in the God Hunter alliance, it was enough to prove that Han Shoror's guess was correct. Sky Orchid Fort. It was a relatively remote fort in the City of Shadows. Sky Orchid Fort was surrounded by continuous mountain ranges, swamps, and oceans. It was a place most suitable for god hunters to roam. This was especially so as those traveling from the City of Shadows to Mirage City and Hushvale City would have to pass through this area. Recently, god hunters had been roaming around Sky Orchid Fort frequently. Not only had the City of Shadows dispatched many divine guards to search the area, even Mirage City and Hushvale City had dispatched divine guards to keep an eye on the area. There were a dozen mountain ranges, 7 or 8 swamps, and 3 vast oceans in the vicinity. The god hunters' activity had seriously threatened the safety of the gods in the 3 cities. They had no choice but to take it seriously. Inside Sky Orchid Fort, at the top of the tallest building, Erebus and a woman with long black hair draped all the way down to her calves were sitting opposite each other. This woman had phoenix eyes and willowy eyebrows. She seemed to be in high spirits. As she sat there, her black hair gently fluttered in the wind. Erebus, who had a feminine appearance, looked rather perplexed as he looked at the woman before him. The reason he became a chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows was largely due to this woman. If it wasn't for this woman staying in the City of Shadows, perhaps Erebus would still be wandering around and cultivating wholeheartedly. Aobashi, oh Aobashi, why can't you understand my efforts? Erebus sighed in a low voice and said bitterly. Aobashi pursed her lips into a faint smile. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were slightly squinted. Her eyes were filled with craftiness as she said, I understand your efforts, but I didn't ask you to stay in the City of Shadows for me. Don't you like to wander around? You can leave at any time. I believe the City Lord won't stop you. My heart is with you as long as you are here. Even if I wander to other places, my heart will always be with you. What difference does it make whether I leave or not? At the very least, I can still see you from time to time, Erebus said in a bitter smile. Aobashi shook her head and sighed softly. She said, Erebus, you really don't suit me. I have said all that I need to say. There's nothing I can do if you insist on staying. But I still can't accept you. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Erebus hastily changed the topic and said, that youngster I told you about the last time should be arriving at Sky Orchid City very soon. We haven't been able to find any traces of the God Hunter recently. Perhaps we will find a way when he arrives. Aobashi took a sip of her fragrant tea smilingly and glanced at Erebus. She said, we haven't been able to find the God Hunter for so long. Hehe, isn't he a pharmacist? Why did you suddenly arrange for him to come to your third core? Don't tell me you want him to refine medicine for you. Of course not. Erebus replied, the City Lord intends for him to take over the fifth core. After Avery's departure, the position has been vacant. All the family clans have fought tooth and nail for the position. But the City Lord simply said, take Avery's head in exchange for it. It is the City Lord's intention for him to come to our third core. He wants to familiarize himself with our methods. A strange glint flashed across Aobashi's eyes when she heard Erebus's words. She straightened her slender body and asked, him? Managing the fifth core and the medicine refinement district is a big job. Can he really do it? Who knows? Erebus replied smilingly, but I still think highly of him. That youngster is even more difficult to deal with than Avery. I have never seen anyone so adept at concealing their strength. This fella is no ordinary person. He clearly possesses high god strength but has been concealing his strength as a low god ever since he arrived at the City of Shadows. Not only did Andre and I fail to discover his true strength, even the City Lord was deceived. It is for this reason that the City Lord has decided to let him take over the fifth core. Oh! Aobashi's interest was piqued. She smilingly said, now that you mention it, this fella is indeed rather interesting. I would like to meet him. He should be here soon. I have sent a message to Carmelita 3 days ago, Erebus replied. While Erebus and Aobashi were conversing, Andrina had forced Hanshor to the valley they had visited previously. The valley between the City of Shadows and Mirage City was filled with many energy towers and boundary towers that had been camouflaged. Along the way, many shadowy figures were lurking in the shadows of the forest, constantly paying attention to their surroundings. Hanshor and Andrina were at the top of a large tree. Hanshor pointed to the distance and said in a low voice, it's here. Andrina did not reply. She observed for a long while before she said excitedly, well done, Brian. I have searched many places over the years but have never found such a large base. I did not expect that you would find it so easily. This is great. Don't be rash. Hanshor hastily said, no matter how deep the hatred between you and the God Hunters is, you won't stand a chance if you go in alone. Even Brovst and the other two can severely injure you. If there are even more powerful characters inside, you will only be courting death. Of course I know that. Andrina wrinkled her little nose and cried out impatiently. Huh! Hanshor softly cried out. What's wrong? Andrina immediately asked. There is a Divine Guard squad lingering in the vicinity. I don't know if they can find this place. That Divine Guard squad doesn't seem to be from the City of Shadows. Judging from the shape of their divine armor, they seem to be from Mirage City. I wonder how lucky they are. Han Shoror said in a low voice. Did they use those special life forms to see this place? Andrina giggled and said to Han Shoror, Brian, those special life forms are just too useful. Can you give me a few? With those life forms, I will have several pairs of eyes in this mountain range. No way. Han Shoror resolutely refused. When he saw that Andrina seemed a little dissatisfied, he forced a smile and explained, this has to do with the energy I cultivate in. The energy you cultivate in is completely different from mine. There is no way you can control them. Stingy, Andrina pouted and groaned, that's just an excuse. You are stingy if you don't give them to me. Whatever you say, I'm not giving them to you. Han Shoror chuckled mischievously. He then pulled Andrina and said, Come, I will go and take a look. They are coming from another direction. They might attract the attention of those god hunters. Let's go and take a look. Their appearance might give us a rough idea of the strength of these Tanai god hunters. Angelina snorted a couple of times, seemingly still angry at Han Shoror. She reluctantly followed after Han Shoror after he pulled her along. Chapter 740. On the outskirts of the valley, a small group of divine guards were talking loudly as they slowly walked towards the valley. Your lordship sure is cautious. You insist on searching every single area. Those god hunters know that the 3 major cities are after them. They should have fled far away long ago. Why would they dare to linger around? Complained a divine guard. Stop yelling. There's only one valley left. If there's no problem, we'll head back. We're not the only ones who are busy. Everyone else is searching everywhere, complained another divine guard. The divine armors worn by this group were different from those worn by the City of Shadows. Their divine armors were dark green in color with a sword and shield pattern on the chest. This was the emblem unique to the Tulis family of Mirage City. The group consisted of 10 people. The leader possessed late-stage mid-god strength and the other 9 were mid-stage mid-gods. They mostly cultivated in the energy of death, darkness, and destruction. One of them cultivated in the energy of fire. They had absolutely no idea how dangerous the valley would be. While complaining loudly, they gradually approached the valley. Through the observation of his demon generals, Han Shoror noticed that a few energy towers disguised in the shape of giant trees shook slightly. A faint energy fluctuation was secretly transmitted back to the center of the valley. A few blurry silhouettes suddenly and stealthily approached from a distance. Those energy towers inside the giant trees have sent a message. That group is going to be in big trouble, whispered Andrina as she gently pulled Han Shoror's sleeves. Andrina was very sensitive to the situation inside energy crystals. This might have something to do with the energy she cultivated in. Han Shoror knew that Andrina could even control some energy towers and boundary towers within a certain range. As long as they were supported by energy crystals, she would be able to influence them. Han Shoror nodded and said, in any case, they are from Mirage City. They have nothing to do with us. After hearing Han Shoror's words, Andrina knew that Han Shoror had no intention of warning those people. The god hunters in the valley were by no means something that those people could handle. If they were to ignore them, those who ventured into the valley would only be dead. As expected, a person soon flew out from the valley. It was Talin whom Han Shoror had met before. Talin was a mid-stage high god expert. Her arrival was equivalent to a death sentence for the party. Talin stealthily approached the clueless divine guards and made a gesture. The god hunters that were approaching from a distance slowly surrounded them. Shaw shaw shaw. Rustle. 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 The sound of figures moving at high speed sounded from the thicket. Many figures suddenly emerged from the thicket and charged at the Mirage City divine guards. With the intervention of Talin, a mid-stage high god expert, the battle quickly came to an end. A few miserable shrieks reverberated in the air before abruptly coming to an end. The divine guards from Mirage City were all killed by the god hunters and had their divine energy drained. With a wave of her hand, Talin ordered the god hunters to pour some powder on the bodies of the corpses. After a Mirage City corpses, they of the Mirage City divine guards, and of blood. Of blood. Han-Shuor's pupils suddenly contracted. He exclaimed in a low voice, "The medicines used by the god hunters seem to be made by the toxicologists from the Godswamp pharmacy." Andrina's expression slightly changed. She softly asked, "You mean? Perhaps the Godswamp pharmacy is related to the god hunters. Otherwise, why would they have those poisons?" Said Han-Shuor in a deep voice. "Have they all been killed?" Andrina and Han-Shuor were very far away from the valley. Therefore, she couldn't see very clearly. Therefore, she asked Han-Shuor, "Yes, let's go. We can be sure that there are many god hunters in the valley. With such a small group of divine guards, they will definitely die if they recklessly charge into the valley. Let's first head to Sky Orchid Fort and inform Erebus of the situation. After we have gathered enough manpower, we will launch a full-scale attack on the valley," said Han-Shuor as he pulled Andrina. ****** Sky Orchid Fort *****. Haha. Brian, you are finally here. Come, let me introduce you. This is the leader of the City of Shadows Divine Guard Chiefs, Aobashi." Erebus pulled Han-Shuor to Aobashi and smilingly said, "This is the Brian I have mentioned to you before. He is now a member of the Third Corps. He has come to help us find the god hunters." Aobashi sized up Han-Shuor with a few glances and the corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile. She said, "I have heard Erebus mention you many times. Welcome, welcome. Greetings, Lady Aobashi." Han-Shuor greeted with a smile. "You must be Andrina." Aobashi landed beside Andrina and tried to pull Andrina's little hand. She seemed to be more friendly towards Andrina. Andrina bunched her brows and took a few steps back. She wore an ice-cold face. She was always this cold and detached even when there were outsiders around. It was obvious that she did not want Aobashi to hold her little hand. "Hey!" Aobashi's eyes glinted when she saw that Andrina had moved away. She giggled and said, "It seems that Erebus wasn't exaggerating. Little sister, you are truly amazing. Let me arrange a room for you. You must be tired from the journey. Take a rest," Erebus said warmly. "There's no need for that. Let's get down to business." Andrina replied coldly, Seeing that Andrina did not appreciate his gesture, Erebus explained awkwardly, "We don't know where those god hunters are hiding. We have searched for them for a long time but have not found any trace of them. There's no point in being impatient. Brian knows where they are. Assemble your men. We will set off immediately after everything is done." Andrina shot a glance at Aobashi and said in a low voice, "If it's just you and Erebus, you must gather more men as soon as possible. With just the two of you, you won't be able to eliminate those god hunters." "Oh." Aobashi didn't quite believe it. She smilingly said, "Little sister, you said that even Erebus and I cannot defeat those god hunters." "That's not what I meant." Andrina shook her head and explained with a straight face, "What I meant was that even with Blair and I, two high gods, the four of us working together, it will still be very difficult." Aobashi put on a startled face when she heard those words. She felt that Andrina wasn't just exaggerating. She put on a solemn face and asked, "What exactly is going on?" "You should ask him. No one knows this better than he does. He was the one who discovered that place. He knows the situation there better than any of us." Andrina pointed at Han-Shuor. "Brian, you have discovered traces of god hunters?" Erebus cried out in surprise before Aobashi could reply. Han-Shuor nodded and explained in a deep voice, "In a valley between the City of Shadows, Mirage City, and Hushvale City, there is a heavily guarded stronghold of the God Hunter Alliance. As far as we know, there are 3 mid-stage high god hunters in the stronghold. They are Brovst, Talin, and Gallas. These 3 are already very difficult to deal with. However, according to my observations, those 3 don't seem to be the true leaders of the stronghold. My guess is that there is at least 1 late-stage high god in the stronghold. If that's the case, we won't be able to defeat them even if we enter the valley." "What?" Erebus and Aobashi cried out simultaneously. Han-Shuor didn't say a word. He nodded heavily and said with certainty, "That's exactly what happened." Aobashi took a deep breath. She appeared rather shaken and said softly, "So far, The 3 leaders of the God Hunter Alliance that we know of are the ones you just mentioned. If your guess is correct, we really won't be able to defeat them. I didn't expect that those God Hunters would be so powerful. Aobashi, I will immediately send a message to those 2 from the 2 nearby cities. We will need to discuss this matter properly, Erebus said in a deep voice. Yes, it's better to be safe than sorry. If what Brian said is true and we enter the valley rashly, things will be very difficult to resolve. We will indeed need to have a good talk with those 2 from the 2 nearby cities. Aobashi immediately agreed. There were divine guards from Mirage City and Hushvale City who were pursuing the God Hunters. It appeared that they were in contact with Erebus and Aobashi of the City of Shadows. If the divine guards from the other 2 cities joined them, their chances of success would be much higher. Erebus immediately left and headed for another building. He seemed to be going to deliver the message. Han Shuro, Andrina, and Aobashi stayed together. Aobashi kept asking Han Shuro about the valley. But when Han Shuro described the suspicious points of the demon general to Aobashi, Aobashi acted as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She believed that Han Shuro was telling the truth. After Han Shuro finished explaining, Aobashi squinted her beautiful eyes and asked Han Shuro in astonishment, "Brian, how did you discover the valley? Why is it that even Andrina doesn't know the details of the valley but you seem to have seen every inch of it?" "I have my ways." Han Shuro wasn't willing to talk too much about the demon general to Andrina, much less to Aobashi whom he wasn't too familiar with. Aobashi did not probe further when she saw that Han Shuro had no intention of answering her question. However, she suddenly became curious about Han Shuro and started to learn more about Han Shuro. She wanted to know which continent Han Shuro was from and how he got into a conflict with Avery in the City of Shadows. "Be careful of Avery. I have worked with him before. That fella is not one to give up easily. Since he views you as a major threat, it is only a matter of time before he comes up with ways to deal with you. Now that he has disappeared from everyone's sight, he must be preparing a more detailed revenge plan. You must be careful," Aobashi solemnly warned Han Shuro. 7 days later, the 2 God Hunters from Mirage City and Hushvale City arrived at Sky Orchid Fort with their divine guards. The one from Mirage City was called Blightsaw. He cultivated in the energy of destruction and was a mid-stage high god. The one from Hushvale City was called Eugene. He cultivated in the energy of darkness and was also a mid-stage high god. The 2 attached great importance to Aobashi's information. They kept asking her for more details. After Aobashi explained everything to them, the one from Hushvale City named Eugene looked at Han Shuro suspiciously and asked, "Is he that genius pharmacist from Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" "Yes, he was the one who discovered the situation in that valley," Erebus replied. "He is just a pharmacist. How could he be qualified to participate in such an important matter? Besides, we have been searching for months and have yet to find any trace of those people. How could he know the situation so clearly when he just arrived?" "Aobashi, Erebus, I believe you too, but this fella's words make me very suspicious," Eugene said rudely in front of Han Shuro. "Believe it or not, it's up to you," Han Shuro shrugged and put on an indifferent face. From the moment Han Shuro met Eugene, he felt that Eugene seemed to be prejudiced against him. Han Shuro had never met Eugene before and he did not know why Eugene would be prejudiced against him. "Youngster, what's with your attitude?" Eugene bunched his brows and said, "I have heard a little about you in Hushvale City. You are the one who took over all the Godswamp Pharmacy's businesses in the City of Shadows. I have always been on good terms with the master of Godswamp Pharmacy, Hassling. So that's how it is." Han Shuro sneered in his mind. "No wonder Eugene has been looking at me so strangely since we first met. Hassling? Hee, you are friends with the guy who secretly refines poisons and sells them to God Hunters?" Han Shuro made a fuss. "Youngster, don't talk nonsense," Eugene softly shouted. "I know Hassling very well. His Godswamp Pharmacy has a clean reputation in our Darkness Dominion. He would never do something like that." Snickering, Han Shuro shook his head and didn't say anything else. "Eugene, The God Swamp Pharmacy's branch in the City of Shadows has been confiscated by the House of Saint. Do you have a problem with that? Erebus asked coldly. All right. Our target this time is the God Hunters. We all share the same goal. Don't start a fight among yourselves before we even get started. Blightsaw hastily tried to smooth things over when he saw that Eugene and those from the City of Shadows seemed to be on bad terms. The God Hunters have threatened the safety of our 3 cities. What we need to do right now is to inflict a heavy blow on them. We should all work together. If you don't believe me, your Hushvale city can choose not to participate in this operation. I will report to my superiors and our city lord will send another chief of divine guards to assist us. It doesn't have to be you. Aobashi, of course, was on the same side as Erebus and Han Shoro. I will go with you. I want to see if this youngster is just trying to scare us. Eugene coldly groaned and said, We know best about those God Hunters, but we have never heard of any late-stage high god among them. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Han Shoro similarly groaned coldly. Let's all stop arguing. Let's gather our forces and get ready to head to that valley. If we can really eliminate those God Hunters, it will be a blessing for our 3 cities. Blightsaw tried to smooth things over. After hearing those words, the few stopped arguing. On the City of Shadows side, Erebus and Aobashi led 2 companies while Blightsaw and Eugene each led a company. There were a total of 400 divine guards. Under Han Shoro's lead, they marched majestically towards the valley. Along the way, the party was very cautious and spread out. Han Shoro and Eugene did not have the opportunity to continue arguing. On the 12th day, the party finally arrived at the outskirts of the valley. Chapter 741. The valley was secluded. From time to time, some peculiar birds would fly across the valley. It was early in the morning and Tanai could not see the situation clearly due to the mist. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to clearly see what was going on in the valley. However, the mist was able to conceal their tracks very well. The unique environment had its own advantages. Aobashi and Erebus from the City of Shadows stayed together. Naturally, Han Shoro and Andrina followed them. Blightsaw from Mirage City and Eugene from Hushvale City split up and formed 2 wings to guard Han Shoro's party. Gradually, they got closer and closer to the valley. Eugene advanced alone while Blightsaw maintained his formation. Blightsaw stealthily approached Han Shoro and asked in a low voice, Is it the valley below? Han Shoro nodded and replied in a soft voice, Yes, it is. Tell your people not to get too close. Otherwise, the energy towers will react. Blightsaw didn't have any prejudice against Han Shoro. On the contrary, he admired Han Shoro very much. He gestured to his team from afar, signaling them to stay where they were for the time being and not move. The valley was shrouded in mist. It was surrounded by mountains that rose into the clouds and formed an arc around the valley. At this moment, Han Shoro, Aobashi, and the others were on the side of one of the mountains. They were lying on their stomach and observing the valley. I can't see clearly from the bottom of the valley. What's the situation? Aobashi asked Han Shoro in a low voice. Han Shoro extended his index finger and drew a simple and crude pattern on a hard rock, forming an arc around the valley. He pointed at a few directions and explained to Aobashi and the others, I have observed carefully. Here, and here, there are energy towers and boundary towers disguised as trees. Here is the only entrance to the valley. There are god hunters hiding in the dark and there is a boundary at the top of the valley. In any case, as soon as we approach the valley, we will be discovered. Aobashi looked at Han Shoro in surprise and said, How do you know so much about what's down there? Without answering Aobashi's question, Han Shoro continued, It's not impossible to sneak into the valley without alerting anyone. As long as we quickly eliminate the sentries along the way and avoid the energy towers and barrier towers, we might be able to sneak into the valley without alerting them. Where are the sentries? Can you really pinpoint their location? Blightsaw's face was also filled with shock and disbelief. Han Shoro raised his head and looked at Aobashi and Blightsaw. He said, Since you're here, I'm sure you believe me. I don't want you to doubt my words anymore. Otherwise, you can just force your way in. At this critical moment, Han Shao did not care about the identities of these people. As long as we can approach those energy towers and barrier towers without alerting anyone, I can stop them, Andrina said in a low voice. Han Shao had long known that Andrina possessed such an ability. It was also the main reason why he insisted on bringing her to the valley. After hearing her words, Han Shao thought for a moment and said, Eugene is biased against me. We can have his men stay outside for the time being. Once we enter the valley, those god hunters will surely try to break out of the encirclement. Eugene and his men will be in charge of blocking those god hunters who try to break out of the encirclement. At such a critical moment, Han Shao would always remain very calm. Having gotten used to giving orders, he had unknowingly assumed the role of a leader. Aobashi, Erebus, and Blightsaw felt that it was rather odd. However, seeing how confident Han Shao was, as though he knew everything about Tanai like the back of his hand, they did not say anything. All right, I'll go talk to Eugene and have his men stay outside. Blightsaw knew that if it were Han Shao and his men, Eugene might not be willing to listen to them. Therefore, he volunteered to persuade Eugene. After Blightsaw left, Aobashi put on a bitter smile and said to Han Shao, Brian, don't be mistaken. There are 400 divine guards from our 3 cities. A single mistake could cost the lives of many divine guards. This is no joke. Brian, are you really confident? Erebus asked in a grave face. He did not appear as confident as Han Shao. As long as you listen to me and follow me step by step, I am confident that I can bring you as close as possible without being discovered, promised Han Shao solemnly. After taking a short pause, he said in a relaxed manner, At least it's better than charging in like a swarm of bees, right? There are benefits to charging in like a swarm of bees. At the very least, we will be able to maintain our momentum in one go. Aobashi put on a faint smile and said in a low voice, If we are discovered midway, our momentum will be weakened. This is also very important. Understood. Han Shao nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, If there really is a late-stage high god hunter in there, who on our side can handle him? Aobashi and Erebus both turned silent upon hearing those words. After a long while, Aobashi said, We have the advantage in numbers. We will surround him. Han Shao put on a bitter smile and asked, Even you can't do anything? We don't have enough time to ask for help from the city lord. But I believe that the first corps should be able to trap him by releasing a boundary lock. Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of even if there is one, said Aobashi smilingly. She took a glance at Erebus and said in a low voice, Besides, Erebus has a scroll that the city lord bestowed upon him. I know just how powerful that scroll is. If used at the critical moment, even a late-stage high god wouldn't be able to withstand it. Han Shao knew that Aobashi must have considered that possibility. With that, he did not say anything else. He thought to himself, if the situation is unfavorable, I'll have no problem defending myself. While they were talking, Blightsaw returned and said in a low voice, Eugene has agreed. We can move now. Han Shao stood up, waved his hand, and instructed, Follow me. Tell your subordinates to be careful. Don't make any noise. Han Shao flew straight down and landed at the entrance of the valley. Aobashi and the others turned around and gave instructions to their subordinates before they landed behind Han Shao. There was a boundary right above the valley and the energy source was located at the center of the valley. As the distance was rather far, Andrina could not do anything about it. Therefore, they could only enter through the only entrance of the valley. Aobashi descended gracefully. Her body was as light as a willow catkin. The element of wind swirling around her made her look light and graceful. Han Shao had long noticed that Aobashi cultivated in the energy of wind. Her fluttering fine hair carried the element of wind and formed a miniature domain of divinity. Not only was she extremely fast, she was also very elusive. That was a characteristic of a god cultivating in the energy of wind. Demon generals were already lurking in the dark. Han Shao had been to the valley twice and knew every area like the back of his hand. The light morning fog was a hindrance to ordinary people, but he was secretly delighted. The light fog was a natural barrier to him, allowing him and the demon generals to hide even more stealthily. Han Shuro waved his hand and moved forward like an elusive ghost. He effortlessly evaded the bushes and shrubs without making the slightest sound. Aobashi followed closely behind Han Shuro. She looked at Han Shuro with a somewhat complicated gaze. She seemed to be rather astonished by Han Shuro's miraculous performance. She could not understand how this youngster who had just arrived in the City of Shadows possessed so many secrets. Behind Aobashi was Andrina. Behind Andrina were Blightsaw and Erebus. Although Andrina's strength was slightly stronger than Aobashi's, as a god cultivating in the energy of wind, she was the most adept at flying. Lightness was her specialty. Therefore, it was Aobashi who left Andrina behind. None of the party spoke a word. They carefully observed their surroundings and followed closely behind Han Shuro as though he was walking into his own home. Gradually, the party started to believe what Han Shuro had said. They discovered that Han Shuro could navigate through the shrubs and ancient trees with great ease. It was as though he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. From his behavior, the party believed that Han Shuro knew this area like the back of his hand. Han Shuro's flying figure suddenly came to a halt. He turned around and gestured for the party to keep quiet. When they finally arrived next to Han Shuro, he pointed at a large tree in front of him and softly said, "There's an observer hiding above the third branch. Who's going to kill him?" "I'll do it." Aobashi drifted away like a wisp of a ghost in the shadows. All of a sudden, Aobashi appeared at the area Han Shuro pointed at. She lightly patted the branch with her fair, jade-like left hand. Crack! The tree shook slightly. The corners of Aobashi's mouth curled into a faint smile. She turned to Han Shuro and nodded, indicating that the job was done. Erebus and Blightsaw were full of smiles. Their gazes when they looked at Han Shuro were filled with admiration. Aobashi's gesture proved that Han Shuro's judgment was correct and that the observer was indeed there. For Han Shuro to be able to detect a god hiding in a large tree, Blightsaw and Erebus no longer had any doubts. "Not bad, kid." Erebus lightly hammered Han Shuro's shoulder and praised in a low voice. "Continue, follow me." Han Shuro calmly gestured at Aobashi from afar and continued moving forward. Another 7 god hunters were silently killed by the party. Those god hunters who thought that they had been hiding in the dark didn't even know when they were exposed until the very end. Han Shuro stopped again and said in a serious manner, "From here on out, there will be boundary towers and energy towers. Andrina, it's all up to you now. Don't worry, not a single message will be sent out from the energy towers." Andrina proudly replied. "All right then. Everyone, continue to be careful." Han Shuro nodded. As they walked deeper into the valley, he repeatedly pointed out the direction of the energy towers to Andrina. Sure enough, Andrina did not disappoint him. Every time she closed her eyes and paused for a moment, one of the energy towers would lose its function. Using this method, the party finally reached the deepest part of the valley. There was an enormous cold lake with murky water. The walls of the lake were filled with bottomless caves that looked like a beehive from afar. After a rough estimation, they found that there were dozens of them. Some of the caves had human figures in front of them, while others only revealed a small gap. "We're here," Han Shuro cried in a low voice. Soon after, he bunched his brows and said, "The god hunters should be in those caves. It won't be easy to search through so many caves one by one. I'll leave it to you guys to decide what to do next." Han Shuro had perfectly accomplished his mission by leading the party to this place without alerting a single god hunter. There's something strange about this god hunter base. It's clearly different from the ones we've seen before. It seems that we've caught a big fish this time, hey? Erebus licked his lips and appeared rather excited. "Let's wait for everyone to arrive first," Aobashi said in a calm voice. Aobashi's expression was calm. She said in a low voice, "Brian, you have made a great contribution this time. I will report this to the City Lord after this matter is over. The City Lord will reward you accordingly. He will give you a great contribution. Let's not talk about this for now." Let's talk about it after we've annihilated those god hunters. Hanshaw wore an indifferent face. He did not show the slightest bit of emotion after hearing Aobash's words. His cold eyes gazed at the caves and he secretly mobilized his demon generals. A few minutes later, the divine guards who were lagging behind quietly arrived. They kept a large distance from the lake and searched for hiding spots to observe the commotion at the lake. Andrina was brimming with killing intent. Her face was as cold as the lake not far away. She hatefully said, "I will kill every last one of them today. Those damned god hunters. There are too many caves. It's not practical to search through them one by one. We also don't know if there are any intersections. Should we go in?" Blightsaw asked softly after a moment of silence. "Let Eugene come. It seems that the god hunters are all inside the caves. Eugene also has 100 divine guards. Perhaps the battle won't spread to the outside. Let's concentrate our forces," suggested Hanshaw after thinking for a moment. The party thought for a moment and nodded. When Blightsaw saw that Hanshaw and the others were looking at him, he immediately came to a realization. He turned around and instructed a divine guard behind him, "Go back the way we came. Get Eugene and his men here." The divine guard did not say a word and hastily left. About 10 minutes later, Eugene arrived with his men. After taking a look at the caves, Eugene knew that Hanshaw's judgment was correct. This was definitely one of the god hunters' strongholds. Eugene was very curious about how Hanshaw and his party were able to sneak in undetected. However, he did not ask too many questions. Eugene rubbed his hands and said in a gloomy face, "What are we waiting for? Let's kill our way in. There are too many caves. It would be unwise to charge in without knowing the situation inside. Why don't we force them to come out and fight them outside? Since they are all inside the caves, we will be like a turtle in a jar. We won't have to worry about any tricks," suggested Erebus. It was obvious that the party felt that Erebus' idea was more feasible. Upon hearing those words, Aobashi, Blightsaw, Hanshaw, and Andrina all nodded in agreement to Erebus' idea. "First, disperse your men and guard the areas along the way. Then, we will force them out," instructed Aobashi. The divine guards dispersed and guarded the areas along the way. When everything was in order, Aobashi nodded and said to Erebus, "Get them out." Under the watchful eyes of the party, Erebus took out a pitch-black spear and infused his divine energy into it. The pitch-black spear transformed into a streak of black radiance and shot towards the largest cave. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the valley. The spear pierced through the entrance of the cave, causing the rubble to fly everywhere. It was a huge commotion. Enemies! Oh no! What's going on? Panicked screams could be heard from the caves. In the blink of an eye, one figure after another appeared at the cave entrances. Those people had fierce and ruthless gazes. It was obvious that they were the god hunters they were looking for. "It's them!" cried Blightsaw in a deep voice. "Ranged attack!" shouted Aobashi. A gale so fierce that it seemed to be able to cleave a mountain apart suddenly arose. The gale charged at the caves. The whistling of the fierce wind was extremely ear-piercing, as if it wanted to tear one's eardrums. Everywhere it passed, ancient trees that were hundreds of meters tall were snapped, and the bushes looked as if they were cut by knives, sending grass and leaves flying everywhere. Grim Gale was extremely fast and ferocious. The sharpest of his attacks traversed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and penetrated into several caves. 2 god hunters were killed on the spot and 3 others were forcibly dragged out of the caves by Grim Gale. They fell unsteadily into the frigid lake below. The god hunters who were involuntarily falling towards the lake started shrieking in fear. Plop, plop, plop. After 3 loud sounds, the bodies of 3 god hunters sank into the lake. 3 plumes of thick smoke rose from where they landed. Their miserable screams suddenly became even more shrill. Their bodies rapidly melted. Large chunks of skin and flesh fell off. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into 3 skeletons that sank into the lake. Everyone's faces jolted. Their eyes were filled with apprehension as they looked at the lake. Those who were about to charge into the cave immediately stopped in their tracks, fearing that they would be struck by the god hunters and fall into the lake. "Be careful of the lake. Ranged attack," shouted Aobashi. Rays of light, bone spikes, and puffs of black smoke shot out from the dense shrubbery and trees towards the god hunters at the cave entrance. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so god hunters were killed. Two of them, who seemed to be trying to charge out, were struck midway and fell into the frigid pond. They were immediately reduced to skeletons. Hanshoro did not pay attention to the battle. Instead, he stared at the lake and said in a low voice, "The poison in the lake is exactly the same as the poison produced by the Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. It seems that my guess is correct. The Godswamp Pharmacy is indeed related to the God Hunters. Brian, are you sure that the Godswamp Pharmacy's poison is in the lake?" Erebus' face turned dark and he hastily asked, "I have seen that poison before. I can't be wrong," replied Hanshoro resolutely. He glanced at Eugene, who was wearing an ugly expression, and said in a gloomy voice, "It seems that there's something fishy about the master of the Godswamp Pharmacy." "You are slandering me," Eugene retorted. "The Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows was created by Stice. What does it have to do with Hassling? Does Hassling have a head full of white hair but skin as clear as jade?" Hanshoro suddenly asked. "You have seen him?" "Hassling has always kept a low profile. How did you see him?" Eugene asked curiously. It couldn't be wrong, it was him, Hanshoro thought to himself. Chapter 742. All along, Hanshoro couldn't figure out the identity of the old man he had seen with his demon generals. But now, through Eugene, he was finally able to confirm that the old man was indeed the master of Godswamp Pharmacy, Hassling. From this, Hanshoro was certain that the Godswamp Pharmacy's deeds in the City of Shadows had gained Hassling's approval. Ever since Hanshoro exposed the Godswamp Pharmacy's deeds in the City of Shadows, Hanshoro and Hassling had formed an irreconcilable grudge. Now that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had replaced the Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows, it meant that the feud between the two was growing. Even if Hanshoro didn't want to deal with the Godswamp Pharmacy, Hassling wouldn't let him off the hook. With that in mind, Hanshoro would destroy the Godswamp Pharmacy at all costs and get rid of Hassling. "Eugene, Hassling is definitely colluding with the God Hunters. You really need to see his true colors," Hanshoro sneered. Eugene, obviously, didn't take Hanshoro's warning to heart. He merely let out a low groan and expressed his disdain for Hanshoro's words. He still believed that Hanshoro was maliciously slandering Hassling. It seemed that Hanshoro and Hassling had a pretty good relationship. The battle was still ongoing. With Aobashi in the lead, the group launched attacks at the God Hunters in the caves. Another 6 God Hunters who had revealed themselves at the cave entrances were bombarded by Aobashi and the others. "All of you, retreat." A low roar came from the largest cave. The God Hunters who were trying to rush out of the cave immediately shrank back into the cave upon hearing the roar. They even used the walls of the cave to block the entrance. With that, Aobashi and the others lost their targets and couldn't kill the God Hunters. "It's Broves. He's in there," Erebus softly cried out. He seemed rather excited. "All the God Hunters have entered the cave. What do we do now?" Blightsaw turned his head and asked Aobashi. "There's an intersection between the caves." Hanshoro closed his eyes and stealthily infiltrated the cave with a few demon generals. He suddenly shouted, "There's an exit inside, but it's very narrow. The God Hunters are retreating." Having witnessed their performance earlier, Aobashi and the others no longer doubted Hanshoro's words. Their expressions slightly changed. Aobashi hastily instructed, "Leave 20 men on each side to guard the entrance. The rest will enter the cave. It wasn't easy to chase them all this way. We can't let them escape." "Got it." Blightsaw immediately agreed. He turned to Aobashi and nodded, shouting, "Let's go." Eugene also gave an order and led his subordinates into the cave. Angelina's figure flickered as she took the lead and rushed out, with Hanshoro following closely behind. Aobashi, Erebus, Blightsaw, and Eugene shot out from 4 different directions. One shadow after another streaked across the sky, heading straight for the cave behind the lake. In an instant, more than 100 figures landed on top of the cold pond, only a step away from those caves. As soon as he finished those words, the gravitational force around the lake suddenly increased by 100-fold. Everyone above the lake slowed down. It was at this moment that many god hunters suddenly appeared at the cave entrances. They attacked the people above the lake who were affected by the 100-fold gravity. It was at this moment that many god hunters suddenly appeared at the cave entrances. They attacked the people above the lake who were affected by the 100-fold gravity. Everyone was greatly affected by the 100-fold gravity. Not only did they slow down, but they also had to expend tens of times more divine energy to maintain flight. In such a state, a dozen or so of them were caught off guard and fell into the lake. Blood-curdling screams could be heard from the mouths of those who fell into the lake. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so new skeletons were added to the lake. The dozens of people who were left behind swiftly attacked the god hunters at the cave entrances. Several of the god hunters were killed and their corpses fell into the lake. Stop them. Brovst, who had a bulky body, appeared at the largest cave entrance. He wore a malevolent expression. Beside him, Galas, who cultivated in the Edict of Darkness, and Talin, who cultivated in the Edict of Death, also stepped forward. The three turned their gazes to Andrina and immediately attacked Andrina together. They paid no heed to Aobashi, Eugene, and the others. Andrina was the first to rush out and was the closest to the three. She was caught unprepared by the sudden attack from the three. Her palms blossomed with light. She seemed to have turned into a large piece of transparent crystal in midair as she resisted the combined attacks of the three. Attack Brovst and the others! Hanshor roared. He raised his left hand and the green phosphorus gravel he refined before coming to Elysium flew towards Brovst, Eugene, and Eugene like stars. Aobashi and Erebus, the two from the City of Shadows, hastily attacked Brovst, Eugene, and Eugene. Aobashi's fine black hair fluttered in the wind. A high-speed tornado instantly took shape and spun towards the cave entrance. Erebus thrust the jet-black spear in his hand. A streak of black lightning shot out like a swimming dragon. The three who were attacking with all their might to kill Andrina had no choice but to temporarily halt their barrage of attacks. They hastily defended against Aobashi and Erebus attacks and deployed multiple layers of boundaries around the cave entrance. "Huh!" the three exclaimed at the same time. They suddenly discovered that specks of green phosphorus gravel fell into the cave and ignited everything it touched. Talin accidentally touched a few specks of green phosphorus gravel and her body started burning. The oily green flames were extremely vicious and charred her body in the blink of an eye. Hanshor's green phosphorus gravel was released before Aobashi. Brovst, Eugene, and Eugene thought nothing of Hanshor's green phosphorus gravel. Their boundaries were only deployed to stop Aobashi and Erebus. Therefore, they allowed the green phosphorus gravel to invade their cave. They believed that the attacks of a minor character like Hanshor wouldn't affect them. It was only when the green phosphorus gravel started burning inside the cave that they realized something was wrong. What kind of damned fire is this? Why can't it be extinguished? Ah, that bastard. I'm going to kill him. Talin cried out in pain. It seemed that she had been tormented by the green phosphorus gravel. When Brovst and Galas saw that even Talin couldn't immediately extinguish the oily green specks, they were startled. They hastily retreated into the cave and temporarily gave up on attacking Andrina. Andrina immediately relaxed. She took advantage of the gap and leaped to the entrance of a cave. She was the first one to cross the lake. As the cave where Brovst and the other two god hunters were staying was constantly burning with green phosphorus sand, Angelina did not choose to stay there. Instead, she went to the cave where the three midgods were staying. As soon as she entered, she started a massacre. She showed no mercy. The three god hunters were all dragged into the frigid pond by her little hand. Very quickly, three god hunters were reduced to bones. Angelina took a quick glance and flew towards another cave entrance. She purposely chose an area with the highest concentration of god hunters. As soon as she arrived, she grabbed them with her tiny hands and tossed them into the lake. In just a short while, 7 more god hunters were tossed into the lake. Without Brovst and the others hindering them, Aobashi, Erebus, and the others managed to cross the frigid pond. These high god experts specifically targeted the densely populated godhunter caves. Miserable shrieks sounded from the caves as a dozen or so god hunters were killed in an instant. With that, the divine guards above the lake were relieved. They safely crossed the lake and entered the caves. Everyone, spread out and search the caves one by one, Aobashi shouted. She turned to Hanshoro and asked, Brian, can you point out where Brovst, Galas, and Galas are? No problem. Follow me. Talin's body was still burning with the green phosphorus sand. Hanshoro would not let her go just by the smell alone. Andrina, Aobashi, and Erebus immediately followed after Hanshoro. Blight saw, who had just crossed the lake, did not hesitate and followed after them. Eugene of Hushvale City let out a light groan but did not follow them. Instead, he entered another cave and started searching alone. Be careful, there might be late-stage high god experts in the cave. Hanshoro loudly reminded and led the way. The passageway was narrow and there were more and more forks in the road. Hanshoro took the lead. The few scattered god hunters they encountered along the way were all killed by the few of them. When they reached the center of the mountain, they suddenly saw an enormous, sparkling, and translucent cave. The cave was filled with sparkling energy crystals that illuminated it with a dazzling radiance. There were many small passageways that extended in all directions. At the center, there was an enormous passageway that led deep into the ground. A few god hunters who were approaching from a distance hurriedly entered the passageway that led deep into the ground. There should be an exit there. Hanshoro pointed at the cave and explained. Let's go. Aobashi did not hesitate and was the first to rush into the cave. Aobashi was the first to go down. Erebus followed her without hesitation. On the other hand, Angelina, who had been leading the charge, hesitated for a moment. She only followed after Hanshoro when she saw him rush down, and Swift Wind was the last to land. They fell 1,000 meters into the cave. It was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Other than Erebus, who cultivated in the energy of darkness, Hanshoro was the only one who could barely see the surroundings. The cave walls were pitch black and seemed to lead deep into the ground. After observing for a moment, Hanshoro discovered that Andrina's eyes were sparkling like energy crystals. Hanshoro immediately knew that Andrina could see clearly as well. Aobashi and Blightsaw continued descending. After descending for an unknown period of time, the party's feet suddenly touched solid ground. Hanshoro lowered his head and saw an enormous palace that covered tens of thousands of square meters. It was built in an ancient and solemn manner. Energy towers were scattered in every corner of the palace. However, they did not emit any light. The god hunters were running around like headless flies. It seemed as though they couldn't find a way out. All of a sudden, an enormous pressure filled the space between heaven and earth. It was as though a mountain was pressing down on the party, making it hard for them to breathe. A boundless aura came from nowhere. It carried an aura of eternity, as though it was a galaxy that had existed for a very long time and would never be extinguished. In the pitch-black space, the silhouette of a 3,000-meter-tall giant gradually emerged. His enormous body filled the valley. His green eyes were like 2 crescent moons hanging in midair as he coldly looked down at the party above the palace. You actually found this place, an aged voice softly sounded from the giant's mouth and reverberated in the space. Who are you? Erebus asked in a deep voice. Since you are here, don't even think of leaving alive. The giant waved his hand. A world-destroying energy instantly filled every corner of the space. The energy of death and darkness in Hanshoro's body was suddenly sealed. He couldn't use even the slightest bit of divine energy. Hanshoro was greatly alarmed. When he raised his head, all he could see was a hazy silhouette of a lofty mountain and a pair of green eyes that resembled crescent moons. All of a sudden, Hanshoro felt that this scene was very familiar. It was as though he had encountered such a situation before. After pondering for a moment, Hanshoro's expression abruptly changed. He finally recalled where and when he had encountered such a scene. Back in the cemetery of death on Profound Continent, when the evil god was about to brand his soul mark on the second altar, Han Shor felt as though his mind was being hacked into pieces. Back then, in a trance, Han Shor saw a pitch-black, boundless space in his mind. In the haze, he saw the silhouette of a 3,000-meter-tall giant appearing in the void, looking down at him with a pair of green eyes that resembled crescent moons. See Chapter 271, The Tricolor Skeletal Staff. Surrender, there will be no pain, and you will gain eternal life. The 3,000-meter-tall giant kept repeating these words in Han Shor's mind, trying to make him submit to him. Back then, as they were separated by a great distance of material planes and the 3,000-meter-tall giant was merely a thought, Han Shor was able to resist the giant's will. However, this time, the 3,000-meter-tall giant was not an illusion, and the words he spoke were not thoughts. It was only when facing this incomparably terrifying existence that Han Shor realized that the previous experience was nothing compared to this. "Submit to me, or die," the 3,000-meter-tall giant bellowed. His voice was strangely bewitching. "Who the hell are you?" Although Aobashi couldn't see her surroundings clearly, the pair of enormous green eyes still glowed faintly. They set off the giant's enormous body, making him look incomparably mysterious and powerful. "You don't need to know," the giant said in a low voice. "This is your last chance. Do you want to live or die?" "I want to live," Erebus suddenly shouted and threw out a scroll. The boundless darkness in the area was instantly affected by the scroll. An incomparably enormous energy wave suddenly surged out from the scroll, converged into a single point, and shot at the 3,000-meter-tall giant. "You're courting death." The 3,000-meter-tall giant waved his hand and the scroll Erebus threw out shattered with a crack. A ray of light shot out from his left eye and struck Erebus. Erebus let out a miserable howl and was sent flying far away. Before coming here, Han Shor had repeatedly asked Aobashi and Erebus about how to deal with a late-stage low-god expert. But judging from the current situation, Erebus didn't even have the strength to fight back. Chapter 743. Mai Tian was struck by a beam of light, and no one knew if he was still alive or not. The terrifying strength of the giant left everyone helpless. In this pitch-black space, the giant's green eyes looked down and said in a low voice, "If you don't submit, only death awaits you." Seeing that the giant was about to attack again, Han Shor's expression changed, and he decided to immediately use blood escape to escape. He couldn't care less about the safety of the people around him. Glancing at Andrina one last time, he felt extremely uncomfortable. If it was possible, Han Shor would certainly be willing to take her with him, but unfortunately, he was powerless. Just as he was about to use blood escape to escape, Han Shor suddenly discovered that Andrina's body was glowing with a bright light. A sparkling and translucent energy stone flew out from her chest, and inside that energy stone was a blurry figure. Upon closer inspection, Han Shor discovered that the blurry silhouette inside the energy crystal was exactly the same as the 3,000-meter-tall giant in the darkness. Although the pair of green eyes were much smaller, the expression in the green eyes was exactly the same as the crescent moon-shaped green eyes above his head. "Andrina, you dare." The giant actually recognized Andrina. When he saw that sparkling and translucent energy stone fly out from her chest, his voice was a little hurried, as if he was worried about something. Andrina's eyes sparkled as she stared at the energy stone in her hand. An extremely mysterious energy came out of the energy stone, and a crack appeared on the energy stone. Then, with a catcher sound, the entire energy stone shattered. When Han Shor raised his head, he discovered that the 3,000-meter-tall giant's figure was also sparkling with light. An ear-piercing shriek came from his mouth. Dazzling light abruptly filled every corner of the space. It was so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. The light disappeared in a flash. By the time everyone got used to it, they realized that the 3,000-meter-tall giant had disappeared. Light returned to this space, but it seemed like the world had collapsed. There were many shattered stones on the ground. Andrina's body swayed and suddenly fell backwards. Han Shor was shocked and quickly went to support Andrina. However, he saw that her little face was pale and without any trace of blood. She had also fainted. She was still holding the shattered power gem in both of her hands. The lines on her palms were cracked, as if someone had sliced them open with a knife. Even the bones of her hands were exposed. In the pitch-black depths of the underground, the surrounding energy towers emitted cracking sounds before collapsing with a loud rumble. "What's going on?" Blightsaw asked Han Shoror in confusion, still in a state of shock. "I don't know either. It looks like Andrina did something. Anyway, that guy disappeared into thin air." Han Shoror, who was carrying the fainted Andrina, suddenly recalled that Andrina seemed rather hesitant when they first descended. Han Shoror wondered if it was because she knew that something like this would happen. Han Shoror took out a large amount of crystal coins from his space ring and stuffed them into Andrina's mouth in a flustered manner. He said in a low voice, "You'll be fine. I won't let anything happen to you." Although he hadn't known Andrina for a long time, Han Shoror had developed a tacit understanding with her. He was very fond of this mysterious little girl. If Han Shoror could have predicted that this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have brought her along. Seeing that Andrina's injuries were even more serious than before, Han Shoror felt very uncomfortable. "Brian, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Why did you force the crystal coins into Andrina's mouth? She has already fainted. Are you trying to choke her to death?" Aobashi, who was examining Erebus's injuries, thought that Han Shoror had been confused by Andrina's injuries. Naturally, she didn't know that Andrina could use energy crystals to recover. Han Shoror didn't pay any attention to her. He kept stuffing crystal coins into Andrina's mouth. He didn't care that Aobashi and the others were still around. Unfortunately, the fainted Andrina couldn't chew and the crystal coins could only be stuffed into her mouth. She couldn't feel anything and couldn't use this method to recover. The impatient Andrina hastily took out the crystal coins he stuffed into Andrina's mouth and paced back and forth with Andrina in his arms. Suddenly, Han Shoror had an idea. He instantly flew to a damaged energy tower, filled it with crystal coins, and placed Andrina at the center of the energy tower. There was a magical formation at the center of the energy tower that could extract energy crystals. As soon as the crystal coins were filled, the energy tower suddenly lit up. Andrina was in the center of the energy crystal extraction area. Her body automatically absorbed the energy that was leaking out. In an instant, the energy in Han Shoror's several hundred black crystal coins was completely absorbed. As soon as Han Shoror saw that this method was working, he began to fill the hundreds of thousands of black crystal coins in his space ring with all his might. The energy extracted from the crystal coins were all absorbed by Andrina's body. Her pale face gradually regained some color. His tense expression loosened. Han Shoror didn't dare to stop. He took out all the crystal coins he had and stuffed them into the center of the energy tower. After a while, when all his black crystal coins were used up, Andrina regained her breathing and heartbeat. Although she was still unconscious, Han Shoror noticed that her body was using the energy she had just absorbed to repair her body. Han Shoror had seen this situation before. Last time, Andrina was seriously injured by Brovst and the other two. She had asked him for a lot of black crystal coins and consumed them. Her body had been in this state when she fell into a coma. Han Shoror finally heaved a sigh of relief. The energy tower was no longer flashing. All the energy had been absorbed by Andrina. After carrying Andrina out of the energy tower, Han Shoror walked to the panic-stricken Aobashi and asked in a low voice, "How is Erebus?" "He's not dead yet, but his condition is very serious. That energy has been destroying Erebus's divine body. Erebus has no chance to fight back. At this rate, only death awaits Erebus," said Aobashi anxiously. Suddenly, she shrieked, "By the way, Brian, aren't you a pharmacist? I heard from Erebus that you have saved Carmelita twice and that you have some unique healing techniques. Come and take a look." "I'll try my best," replied Han Shoror in a deep voice. As he walked towards Erebus, he placed his hand on Erebus' back. He discovered that there was indeed a bizarre energy inside Erebus' body. That energy carried a hint of the Edict of Destruction. However, it was significantly different from the destruction divine energy inside the bodies of high gods, mid-gods, and low gods that Han-Shoror had seen before. The divine energy inside Erebus' body appeared extremely ruthless and overbearing. It was as though it was unreasonable and unreasonable. Wherever that energy passed, Erebus' divine body could not fight back at all. His bones cracked and shattered. It was as though all the cells in his body were being destroyed. It was somewhat similar to Avery's divine energy in Carmelita's body. However, compared to this energy, Avery's divine energy was simply not worth mentioning. When Han-Shoror placed his hand on Erebus' back and used demonic yuan to probe the situation inside Erebus' body, that energy carrying a hint of the Edict of Destruction rushed towards Han-Shoror's demonic yuan in Erebus' body. It seemed as though it was trying to mince every bit of energy inside Erebus' body. Han-Shoror was shocked and hastily withdrew the demonic yuan in Erebus' body. However, it seemed that he was a little too late. That energy flowed through Han-Shoror's palm and flowed from Erebus' body to Han-Shoror. In an instant, Erebus' body no longer contained that energy. Han-Shoror, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. His extended left hand made cracking noises as his bones and meridians were shattered by the impact of that energy. "Brian, what's going on?" Aobashi hastily asked. She saw that Erebus' face had turned for the better while Han-Shoror looked as though he had seen a ghost. "That energy has been drawn into my body," Han-Shoror growled with an ugly expression. "Ah!" Aobashi shrieked. She knew how powerful and domineering that energy was. If even Erebus' divine body could not withstand it, then wouldn't Han-Shoror die even faster? "Don't worry about me, Aobashi. Just take good care of Andrina for me," Han-Shoror hastily shouted. He tossed Andrina to Aobashi and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Crack crack. Han-Shoror's left hand continued to make cracking noises. Aobashi saw that the veins on Han-Shoror's left hand were rupturing one after another. The ruptured veins looked like earthworms as they spat out streams of blood. Han-Shoror's condition was extremely bizarre. Aobashi was dumbfounded. She wanted to help Han-Shoror but did not know how to do it. She stretched out her hand to catch Andrina that Han-Shoror tossed to her and stood there motionlessly. "I don't think Brian will be able to survive this." Blightsaw came to Aobashi's side and said in a low voice, "If it weren't for Brian and Andrina, I don't think any of us would have been able to leave this place alive. I just checked. There are still a few passages here. Those god hunters must have seized the opportunity to escape." Aobashi's pretty face was filled with anxiety. However, there was nothing she could do to help Han-Shoror. All she could do was watch as his left arm was bleeding profusely and his veins ruptured. Gradually, the ruptures on his left arm extended to his shoulder. Aobashi cried out, "What do we do? What do we do? Brian is in such a state because he tried to save Erebus. What should we do? My condolences." Even Erebus couldn't hold on. "Brian is even more hopeless." Blightsaw sighed and said, "I really did not expect things to turn out this way. We have underestimated those god hunters all this time. Cut the crap, you two. Who said I won't survive?" Han-Shoror, who was beside them, was bitterly resisting the invasion of the energy. He was infuriated to hear the two constantly saying that he was going to die. "You can still talk?" Aobashi cried out in surprise. She hastily asked, "Brian, how do you think I should help you? Take Andrina and Erebus out of here. Don't be an eyesore. In short, don't let me see you. I won't die so easily," Han-Shoror instructed. "You are already in such a state. How can we leave now?" Blightsaw, of course, wouldn't blame Han-Shoror for yelling and screaming. He said in a deep voice, "Besides, those god hunters might come back. When that time comes, there will be no one around. Wouldn't you be dead? You too, please leave first. I won't blame you." Han-Shoror shrieked, "Aobashi, I saved Erebus and Andrina saved everyone. Please don't disturb my mind." Aobashi was stunned. She looked at Han-Shoror with an extremely strange gaze. After staring blankly for a long while, when she saw that Han-Shoror was still nagging them to leave and his tone was getting more and more impolite, she fiercely stomped her foot and shouted, "I don't care. I hope I can live to see you again. Brian, I, Blightsaw, will remember this favor." Blightsaw solemnly said. He grabbed Erebus and Aobashi and left together. Seeing that Aobashi and Blightsaw had completely disappeared, Hanshor could no longer suppress his anger. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it, come at me. Let's see if you can really kill me." The energy in Hanshor's arm was instantly released into his limbs and bones. Without any restraint, that energy traveled at an extremely fast speed throughout Hanshor's body. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds kept coming from within Hanshor's body. If Aobashi and Blightsaw were here, they would definitely see that Hanshor's skin and flesh were torn and his body was drenched in blood. He looked as ferocious as one could imagine. Activating the invincible omen body, every cell in Hanshor's body was brimming with energy. His body suddenly became extremely tough. The broken tendons and veins in his arm were reconnecting at a speed visible to the naked eye. His bones were also reassembling. If Aobashi and Blightsaw were here, they would definitely be shocked by what they saw. In just a short while, his left arm that was in a terrible state just a moment ago had recovered to its original state. Not a single scar could be seen. The cracking sounds continued in his body. His tendons and veins were ruptured and his bones were shattered. Then, he activated the invincible omen body. The broken tendons and bones were reconnecting and reassembling at a crazy speed. Gradually, the energy that was rampaging in Hanshor's body grew weaker and weaker. The speed at which it flowed also became slower and slower. Master, absorb that energy and fuse it with your avatar that cultivates in the Edict of Destruction. This energy actually has its own consciousness. Its consciousness will be greatly beneficial to your avatar. Cauldron Spirit suddenly shouted in Hanshor's consciousness. Hanshor was astonished. He did not expect that energy to have its own consciousness. No wonder it was so hard to deal with. This energy indeed contains the divine energy of destruction, but it's a little different from the divine energy in an ordinary god's body. I'm not sure if my avatar can devour it. Moreover, the consciousness of this energy is to destroy everything. My avatar might not be able to withstand it. Hanshor's avatar might be able to handle this energy, but his avatar did not cultivate in demonic arts. He had no confidence in being able to withstand it. Master, guide that power to me. I'll refine the autonomous consciousness inside it. After that, your avatar will be fine. Cauldron Spirit immediately replied. Hanshor was overjoyed. Since Cauldron Spirit was able to refine even divine souls, it shouldn't be a problem for it to refine this consciousness energy. Hanshor, who was used to borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy, used Invincible Omen Body to force the weakened energy and guided it to Cauldron Spirit bit by bit. Although this energy had its own consciousness, it was very straightforward. As soon as it saw that other areas could not be destroyed, it flowed towards the exit that Hanshor had prepared for it. Hanshor's body relaxed and the energy flowed from his body to the cauldron of Myriad Demon. Suddenly, the cauldron of Myriad Demon started rotating gently in Hanshor's body. The demon generals in the cauldron of Myriad Demon began to dance and twirl around the energy in a miraculous trajectory, slowly digesting the consciousness of the energy. There were more than 20 divine souls trapped inside the cauldron of Myriad Demon. Those divine souls were the divine souls of the recently deceased god hunters and divine guards that Hanshor collected before entering the cave. It appeared that the cauldron spirit had not had the time to refine these divine souls into demon generals. That was why they were trapped in this form. The demons inside the cauldron of Myriad Demon danced. Streaks of black radiance shot towards the energy. The demon generals were interfering with the consciousness of the energy. A wisp of green smoke drifted out from the walls of the cauldron of Myriad Demon and suddenly shot into the body of the energy that was entangled by the demon generals. The energy that was immobilized by the demon generals suddenly began to struggle violently, as though it knew that its time was up. The wisp of green smoke swayed for a moment, as though it had completely taken over the consciousness of the energy. Gradually, the demon generals flew out one after another and settled down on the walls of the cauldron of Myriad Demon. The energy that Hanshor sent into the cauldron spirit had completely settled down. It was guided by the cauldron spirit into his avatar of destruction that was sitting inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Master, there are no more problems. I have forcibly reversed the consciousness of the energy. You can now fuse it with your avatar. It was at this moment that the cauldron spirit transmitted a message to Han Shoror's consciousness. Han Shoror was overjoyed. His main consciousness completely relaxed and the energy slowly flowed into his avatar inside the cauldron of myriad demon. As soon as the energy entered Han Shoror's body, his avatar started to absorb it using the devouring method that god hunters usually used. It started to fuse with the energy bit by bit. During this process, the avatar's mind also intermittently received some information. The information came from the self-consciousness of the power, and all of it was related to the mysteries of the laws of destruction. Among them were the complete cultivation and usage methods of the orb of destruction. The cauldron spirit was indeed marvelous. After being refined by Han Shoror, the energy showed no signs of resistance and cooperatively fused with Han Shoror's avatar. Han Shoror felt that the divine energy of destruction in his body was rapidly increasing every second. The feeling of energy filling every corner of his body was as though Han Shoror's avatar was borrowing the energy of the cauldron spirit. But Han Shoror knew that the constantly increasing divine energy of his avatar would forever become a part of his body. It would not be like the cauldron spirit's energy, where his body would not be able to withstand it. The miraculous realization was immediately reflected in the mind of his avatar. Suddenly, the divine energy in his body violently revolved and began to compress in a certain trajectory. Just like how he condensed the orb of destruction using the divine energy of destruction, the divine energy in his body rapidly condensed. A breakthrough. Han Shoror was overjoyed. He knew that this avatar of destruction was about to advance to mid-god. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.